we've got a couple more board members who are on their way, kind of running late, but I wanted to start on time. And a reminder today, before we get going, I guess, this would probably be the best time, in case you already haven't, I think all of you have met Wolf. He's the new county appointee to the board, and you gotta love enthusiasm. He gets the word from the governor's office yesterday, and he's at his first board meeting today, which is already puts you way ahead of your past appointees on the board. So,
Set the bar low enough, even I can get.
so this is great. Now, and Jack Symington's not on the board anymore, so I can use the term strategic planning without fear of bodily harm. But we're going to talk today, and by we, I mean you. There's presentations, but they're not intended to be information provided to you. They're intended to be the spark for you guys to discuss. So there's some issues, but they need to be your issues. You've been working all interim, and you've been working past last interim as well on formalizing, considering any changes to your funding policy, so that when you're talking to the legislature, or when I'm talking to legislators or legislative staff, I can say, this is the board's policy, whatever that is. And today, you will have a follow-up on that. We'll be continuing this interim. The actuary's office will be doing a presentation. They've got some great examples to show you about where you're at, where some possibilities of where you could go, and some ideas for policies that you would adopt later. Today's not a day for motions and adopting anything. Today is a day for you guys to talk. So if we have presentations and you guys aren't asking questions, or you guys aren't talking to each other about what you think about it, or what you might want more information from us about it, then it's a failure. So to the extent that I can try to provoke that discussion, I will, but that's the goal today. All of these things, that funding policy, it needs to be your funding policy. You guys need, whatever it ends up being, it needs to be something that you understand, that you guys have discussed, and that you guys have adopted, so that it's your policy. Same thing with attendance, with education, with the ideas, all the topics that we're talking about today. It needs to be yours. These are all, none of these topics are new. Some of them are fairly new, but they're all ones that you have indicated you wanted to talk about today. So that's the broad overview, the broad goal for today's agenda. We've got, first up, we'll have the actual OSA team, and they'll be doing a different type of presentation than they've done for you guys in the past. And as a pension nerd, I'm like totally excited about this one. So I don't want, no spoilers, but I'm going to have to, I'll be sitting in the back, and I'm going to have to keep from chiming in or asking questions. But honestly, to the extent that if you guys aren't self-involving, then yeah, that's plan B, is that we force you to discuss these topics by inserting questions or whatever. After that, we'll talk about education policy. We'll talk about attendance policies. Those are topics that you guys have talked about, and they're topics that I talked about with all of you, except Wolf, in your expectation discussions during the interim. And we kind of threw something together as a draft, but it's only there to generate discussion. It's not there as a draft proposal for you. It's more just a sample to get the discussion going on what are the key points of each of those policies. We'll give you an update on all of the results of the expectations after lunch, all of those interviews. And then we'll talk a little bit at the end about where things sit currently with the benefit improvement account. This is again more of a strategic level discussion. Now, before I get going or turn it over to OSA, are there any questions about that agenda or concerns about that plan for today? Okay. In the past, when we've done strategic planning, we've hired facilitators mainly for the primary reason, again, this needs to be yours, not the team's. And so that was a great way of making sure there was no blurring of the lines. It's not Steve's strategic plan for the board, it's your strategic plan for the board. I'm be very careful today, hopefully not to cross over any of those lines. And depending on how it works, then we may go back to facilitators in the future. But for today, you're stuck with me. It saved us a little money. But with that, I can turn it over to OSA if you guys are ready for them to get going. I don't know about waiting for the board members who are just a few minutes out. All right. You guys okay to go? I know we're a few minutes ahead of schedule.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
We are ready. All right. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. For the record, Mitch D. Camp, Office of the State Actuary. I am joined by Lisa Wan, our Deputy State Actuary. And today we are excited to bring you the second installment in our series, Pension Funding Part 2. So I hope the caffeine levels are high today because we're going to show you some really cool actuarial stuff today, at least cool to us. So in Part 1, we focused all on the actuarial cost method. And in Part 2 today, we're going to be looking all at funding policy. So funding policy is really important because it really helps you set your contribution rates and then where the plan is headed in the future. So, and as Steve was saying, we have a PowerPoint and we're going to walk through this PowerPoint and we got pieces that we want to hit on while we're going through it, but really want it to be more of a discussion, less of a formal presentation. So as we're going through it, questions, comments, interject. I really want you guys to get as much out of this as possible. So if you'd just rather sit back and kind of let it wash over you, that's fine too. This is pretty new stuff to a lot of folks. So quick overview for today's presentation, should be discussion. We're going to review a little bit on pension funding that we've covered in past presentations. We're going to look at current LEF2 funding. We're going to look at some comparisons between contribution rates with different funding levels. And then we're going to look at some of our projection modeling. And that's some really cool stuff. So no board action required today, just a discussion. So quick review of pension funding. So what is pension funding? Defines how to accumulate assets to pay for the plan benefits. We have members out there earning benefits or are retired and are receiving benefits, and we need to make sure that we have a plan to pay for those plan benefits. So two key components go into that. First of those, actuarial cost method. That's what we covered in the last two meetings. And a couple kind of key notes for those. Actuarial cost method is your formula that determines the required contributions to fully fund the plan. So how much should you put away each month to fully fund the plan? And the two actuarial cost methods we talked about were the aggregate and the entry age normal cost methods. An aggregate is the board's current funding policy or current actuarial cost method. The second piece of pension funding is the board funding policy, and that's really what we want to dig into today. And these are policies that overlay the cost method to help achieve specific funding goals. And a good example of this is the minimum contribution rate policy. So this overlays the contributions from your cost method to create a minimum. So that's kind of how they function.
So I'm playing the interjection part. So Mitch is gonna run through this whole presentation. I'm gonna just add a whole bunch of color commentary as we go. And I just wanted to step back for just a second. It might feel like, wow, we keep talking about this. This is probably the most important thing that the board deals with and addresses, is your cost method and funding policy. This really is what sets the plan down a course of being healthy, being able to, afford potentially benefit improvements down the road, making sure you're taking care of your members by having a healthy pension fund. So this really is one of the biggest things the board deals with, is your funding of the retirement plan. So that's why we are spending a lot of time on it. It's really important. And also, just for a little bit more background, we're going to look at some stuff that we want to talk about. Now's the time to make some decisions. But you also could keep moving forward the way you are. Okay, so it's not like this is a time you absolutely have to make some decisions and make some changes. You could, just keep moving forward the way you have been. You've been very successful. You're in a great position, funded status-wise, very healthy plan, but it is also an opportunity to be looking at it and thinking about it and seeing if there are some changes you want to make. So it's a really important topic, and as Mitch has said, we really, any questions you have, if anything actuarial, this is a great opportunity to really discuss and have that kind of back and forth.
So we want to take a quick look at what current LEF2 funding method and policies are. As I just said, the aggregate cost method is the actuarial cost method currently used by LEF2. Some important policies: minimum rate policy, just touched on this as well. This is set as the normal cost from the entry age normal actuarial cost method. And really, what's it do for you? Provides stable contribution rates measured as the long-term cost of the plan. Another important policy, asset smoothing. This smooths annual investment gains or losses up to a period of 8 years. And what's it do? Reduces contribution rate volatility. And then final policy I want to touch on is that 4-year rate adoption. So the board typically adopts rates for 4 years based off of the latest rate setting valuation. So these are kind of some key policies, and then the actuarial cost method for LEF2. Anything to add to that?
No, I think that's good.
So then what we have done is we've taken the current membership of LEF2. We have taken these policies, this actuarial cost method. We've set an assumption for future members joining the plan, and then we've projected that plan into the future. And that's what you see on this slide here. So this slide goes from the years 2020 to 2040, and you can think of it as performing 20 actuarial valuations, our projection of what 20 actuarial valuations would give us for funded status and contribution rates from 2020 to 2040. Now, we don't know what future experience is going to be, but we used our assumptions to set future experience. So we call that an expected basis. So this is kind of the expected pathway of the plan using the plan's current assumptions. And there's a lot going on this graph, but let me break a couple of these pieces down for you. I want to first focus on the blue line. Now that's funded status. So by 2020, we expect the 2020 valuation will show funded status to be about 114%. And then from 2020 to 2040, we expect that funded status to continue to rise to about 124% by 2040. And if we keep going out in the future, this funded status just continues to rise. And so one of the questions is, why is this funded status continually going up? And a lot of it has to do with contribution rates. And contribution rates on this graph are represented by the orange line at the top. Now, those contribution rates are the minimum contribution rates under the minimum contribution rate policy. And if you remember back to our last couple presentations, those minimum contribution rates don't include past costs, or they don't really care what the funded status of the plan is. They're just that one flat rate from 2020 to 2040.
Yeah, and you can think of that orange line, so that's that normal cost under that entry age cost method. You can think of that, we talk about it as the long-term cost of the plan. If you had a new person come into the plan, that's what we think the cost is for that member, right? So that cost stays very level, that's meeting the board's goal of stable contribution rates. It's the reason you've adopted that as one of your policies, because it stays very stable. It doesn't change based on what's happened with assets or other experience of the plan. So when we talk about there's been some actuarial gains or losses, that contribution rate doesn't reflect any of that. So that's why it stays very stable. And because the plan has had some good past experience, that's why your funded status is continuing to rise, because that orange line is a little higher than what you need because of some good past experience. Does that make sense? It's a little higher than what you need because you've had good past experience, and so you're adding even more to the fund than the plan would say you need right now.
Can I muck things up by getting it going here?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Part of that has to do with our 90% floor that we put in place, I'm sure, for contribution rates a ways ago. So we actually can't have that intersect between return on investment over a period of time and contribution rates to hit whatever mark we want to hit on that. So there's a piece of that. I get that. Two things, though, and talk to me like I'm dumb here. One is that we've actually had, as of last May, we had, even though modest, a full 10 years run-up. We've had no sine wave at all of the cycle. We run an 8-year smoothing, up to 8 years smoothing quarter or something like that. When you hit 10 years, you're a couple years out on something like that, does that model fail? And the point is, are we experiencing an anomaly or an outlier in something like that, or are stats still valid even though you're beyond the smoothing corridor of the rate? The second point is if you have an adjustment like we did in 99 or 09, or something like that, you know, this is almost an assumption that we're actually going to have the same progressive, conservative, growth rate out there, you know, and everything comes back to center on something like that, or we actually have, it's not a matter of if it's going to cycle, it's just when it's going to cycle, whatever the indicators are. You know, how is this model going to change dramatically here? And at this point in time, we're looking at something that's a great time capsule here until the next mess occurs economically. Can you touch
Right,
on those?
yeah, absolutely. So again, like Mitch said, this is based on every year in the future, we're earning 7.4%. Right. So what will happen if we have a correction in the market or a downturn is that orange line won't change because it's not impacted by investments or gains or losses, but the funded status will come down. Right, so we won't have that same projection. It'll come down, but then as we start to cycle through that, you know, smoothing out that loss, potential loss, then you'll start to probably have an upward turn again, but it will drop that blue line down.
So literally, if we have a market correction that's rather significant, and it does bring the principal, you're telling me the principal of solar funding status is so solid right now that we can't have a correction far enough that it actually increase beyond that 90% threshold here for member contributions, that it'd actually bring back to 100% or more than that if we actually had the market go south. And
I'm not quite following the 90%, 100%.
So if the contribution rates will not change no matter what, and we're sitting on that 90% floor right now, right?
100.
100%?
Yeah, you're, right now, your policy's 100% of the normal cost. Yeah.
But we have a floor.
That's the floor, yeah, the
That is the
100%,
floor.
yes.
Okay.
Right now.
Okay, talk to me like I'm dumb here. Didn't we actually have, Steve?
You
is
used
there-
to have 90
Yeah.
and we present we'd present the 90% and the 100%,
So
and
we
you tended
reinvest,
to
okay.
adopt 100
Bad
for a
memory
while,
here,
and
then.
so then, I think it was just 1 or 2 years ago, I think,
Okay.
the board made the decision, let's just adopt 100%, so we're not presenting all these numbers. So yes, you're at 100% as your minimum, 100% normal cost for your minimum, for your floor. And that's what that orange line is.
So, okay,
Yeah.
fair enough, understood.
Yep, and so that line won't change with anything that happens to your assets. That orange line will not change, but your funded status, your blue line, and also that black line that's representing right now the aggregate or what's required for the plan, those both will change. Yes, absolutely.
Understood.
And do you recall what, how much the funded status dropped with the last, with the recession? Do you recall, Steve, how much it dropped? About 6 or 7% maybe the funded status, somewhere in that range?
Yeah, again, funded status, smoothing kicked in.
Right.
So even though the market was dramatically down, the funded status didn't dramatically decrease from year to year. It was spread out over 7 years. I think we went from, but one thing, if you had taken out all of the smoothing, if you had recognized all of the gains and losses, that was the first time that the funded ratio for left two would have actually dipped below 100%. That, well, I think we would have been at like 97.5 or something, 98. But now we've had this sustained upward market for 10 years. And that's what you're seeing. The effects of that is what you're seeing in this chart.
I would just add one thing to remember about these assumptions. So that's 7.4% return. That's what we're assuming is earned each year in the future here. That 7.4% is set as kind of a long-term expected average, right? So even if we had a short-term spike downward, this kind of long-term expected pathway that we're looking out over 20 years here is, I think, still really important to kind of see where we're headed. So yes, this thing would change if we had a downturn in the say the upcoming year, but then there'd be a bounce back, and then in the long run, we do expect that 7.4% return to be earned. So I still think this expected pathway is really important to take a look at, kind of where you're headed to.
That's kind of why I prefaced the question, was setting up the model that we're over the front of our skis, you know, out with 10 years out on an 8-year model on that. Is it still valid?
Yeah, I think it is. I think it is to look out and kind of see where you're going if everything matches up exactly. I think that's an important thing to take a look at.
Patty?
The numbers are excellent, and the best thing we've ever did was the smoothing. You know, we got away from the roller coasters. One of the things that sometimes worries me is that certain people see these numbers, and they see the percentage of that's going to be in there. People start looking at trying to do a clawback. So I guess that's one of the things that we're looking is make sure that people understand. I mean, what was it, October to December of last year, the market dropped 5,000 points? I mean, so people, then people rush to, instead of just relaxing, they rush to make changes. And sometimes people see this in the legislature or any place else, or, you know, they think they're gonna save 10 bucks, but in the future, they're gonna actually spend 25 if we're not careful. That's kind of simple numbers, but you guys have done a great job. The investment board's done a great job on making us one of those plans that everybody wants to emulate but can't figure out how to do it. And that's always a scary thing, because then you sit at the top of the hill and everybody wants to take shots at you. So I think the numbers are looking good, and I like what we're doing, but I think it's the board's responsibility to make sure that we don't fall into a situation where we think that we have too much. And I think that's one of the things that we have to be cautious of, I think.
Yeah, I think you raised some great points, and one of the things we're hoping that this discussion will help with is, is there concern about what this looks like, right? Is there concern for the board that, ooh, we might need to do something, maybe? What could we do? We're gonna show you some examples of things you can can consider it, and those things you might consider might be the thing that helps you with that narrative, right? Yep, we're on a good track right now, everything's going well, we've got something in place in case it goes too well, right? We've got something in place in case it doesn't go very well. And that's what we're gonna talk about today. What are some of those things you might be thinking about or considering, or maybe even putting into place to be able to support, what decisions you're making around contribution rates and funding? Dennis, did you have
I
something?
did. Excuse me. The 2020 date for the anticipated right around probably it's 114%. When is that 2020 date? Is that July?
Yeah, that's, those dates on the bottom represent the date that we do an actuarial valuation. So
Okay.
that would be June 30th, 2020.
And that number, is that taken into consideration the 300 million that was already pulled out?
Correct.
And so our last valuation though was 100 and, the one we just hit, 100.
The one that's coming out, the draft is 108.
So there's an,
So the June 30th, 2018 val
Right.
is showing 108% funded status.
so your thoughts are between 2018, which we're in 2019, rapidly approaching 2020, is that we're gonna be at 2014 in about 6 months?
So.
8 months?
Do you want to speak to that?
Sure. So I think one important thing to keep in mind is valuation dates. So 108% is at June 30th, 2018.
Right.
So that 2020 number would be 2 years from that. And so stepping that 2 years in the future, what you're seeing here is going to say, we're going to get 7.4% return, and we're also stepping into past good experience that we've smoothed out and haven't recognized yet. So we've had really nice asset returns over the last 10 years, and some of those are still kind of, we're still deferring some of those. So combine both of those, gets you this kind of hop in funded status.
And also too, in our projection model, we do take into account asset returns that we know of. So we know the June 30th, 2019 asset returns, so that's in there as well. And those were above your 7.4. So another added
Yeah.
piece to sort of good past experience.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a dumb question here? So we've got about a quarter of the total assets, plus or minus, in the combined trust fund in private equities there on that. And those are necessarily liquid over long term on that. So you don't actually know what the investments are, I think, until you sell, or until you go ahead and transfer them. Is there a potential, I don't know, Trojan or something out there if we actually a return investment that we don't know about or we can't anticipate that could make this better or worse, depending upon your perspective?
So I'll try to answer that. So
Get ready.
He worked on the rate of return work this summer,
Yeah.
so I'll let him answer that one.
I'll give a pretty simple answer here in that the volatility that the private equities could potentially return, that's all built into the return assumption of 7.4%. So yes, it could be worse than that, also could be higher than that. And we try to account for that volatility when we set that 7.4. So, I don't have a great answer for you.
There is no answer.
Right.
It's a rhetorical question, but it's out there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and you'll see when we move into our stochastic modeling results that Mitch is going to be sharing with you as well, that all of that is in our simulations. So when we run our stochastic modeling, we run 2,000 simulations for every valuation year. So when you're looking at this here, this 20-year period, that's just the expected, so that's 7.4. When we move to our stochastic modeling, we have 2,000 different pathways for every one of those valuations. And it takes into account some negative 70
Yeah. Some
returns,
really bad scenarios.
some really bad and really good are all kind of mixed in there.
You know, I disappointed you last month.
You did,
I want to make up for it this month.
thank you, yeah, I was wondering what was going on. So any other questions on this one? This one's a pretty hefty slide. This is where we wanted to spend a lot of time. And Mitch didn't talk a lot yet about the black line, but that basically represents, so that is the aggregate, that's what the aggregate cost method, your underlying cost method would say you need to contribute each year to kind of hit that 100% funded status. So as I said earlier in this discussion, I said now's the time to maybe be thinking about taking care of something because we're seeing that aggregate rate dropping down towards zero. So once it hits zero, what does that mean? What does it mean when your underlying cost method says you need to contribute zero? It means you have now funded all past and future benefits for your current members. That's what, if you get to that point. And so that would be a point where, you know, if your actuarial evaluation said zero, you might need a narrative for that. So now is a time to definitely be thinking about it based on where we're seeing the projection of your rates and your funded status. Again, that story can change in a couple of years if we have a downturn, but it is really helpful to be looking at this. I remember, I think, boy, Steve, it must have been about six or 8 years ago, we presented these projections to the board, and that's when the board said, we're going to maintain this minimum rate because the projections were showing your contribution rates dropping and then increasing. And so the board said, no, we don't want to do that. We want stable rates, so let's just cut right through the middle. So the projections are really helpful because it helps you see where are things expected to go, and is there anything we should be doing right now to manage some outcomes that maybe we're not comfortable with.
Just the essence of the contribution rate in some ways to make sure that people that are benefiting or people that will benefit from it are contributing to it. So if we were to hit zero, that means at that point, people that will be benefiting from it will not be paying, other people will have paid for it. Correct.
Correct.
So.
Yeah, no, just one thing I'd just add to that. When we talk about that, it's the current members. So it's not yet new members coming in. That doesn't factor into that dropping to zero. So it's your current members, yes.
Okay. So in order to be fair, you probably just want to make it that at least the current members will be contributing part the benefit that they will be getting. Because if it's dropping below, at some point, one group will be subsidizing the other. Am I getting that
So
right?
you are addressing that intergenerational equity thing that is in statute to try and achieve intergenerational equity, which is exactly what you're talking about. I will say that the orange line does represent the cost of that each member's, actual benefits. It's just the fact that you've had good experience
In the past.
that is saying you don't actually need that much. I mean, that orange line does represent. So basically, if we had left Plan 2 provisions right now and a brand new group of people coming in only in that plan, so starting from scratch, your current left Plan 2 and members, and that would be the cost of the plan for them, around 9%. You just have some really good experience that's saying the black line is all that you need to reach 100% funded status. But is 100% comfortable for you? Or is 105, or is 110? Where's your comfort level with your funded status? Are you trying to just achieve 100% funded status? Or do you want some cushion? Do you want 105? Is 105 more your goal or 110? So those are some of the things we're gonna look at.
In my head, I guess what I'm trying to balance this with is either as a member or as a city contributing to this, my need today, I need to fund the car, I need to fund all of these things, and I'm having trouble. So do I want to levy taxes to fund all of those things? Then in future, my contribution rate will go down because some of the employers may be having, including the state, having trouble funding all of our total costs now. So if I front load, which is what this will be, if I front load funding this contribution, I have to give up certain things or raise taxes to fund certain things, even though in the future, instead of contributing whatever amount that I'm contributing now, in the future, my contribution will be less. Average citizens won't get that. They are thinking about now. You are charging me too much now. Am I?
No, I mean, I think that's a good question, and that's a question and a discussion for the board. Where do you want to be? Do you want to be, our valuation that you're gonna get, I think, in about a month? I think the 2018 valuation will be in your hands in about a month, and it's saying 108%. Is that a comfort? Is that where you want to be?
Front loading is always best, because it protects you against down markets, because you have more money to protect you when the markets take a down. So the climb out of that hole is less, so having more money in there is a good idea. And back in the days when I was on the firefighter side, we were willing to take less money in our paycheck to put more money in our pension to protect against the down market when people are trying to tell us, no, you want to have a lower rate. That way you have more money in your pocket. And back in those days when people would argue, it would be like, so you're going to refund me enough money to get a 6-pack of beer so you can save this amount of money and I don't have a pension on the other side. And then the argument came up on the Plan 3s because people says, I don't get mine. And the idea of a pension is that it's not, I get mine. It's that we get ours. And that's what the Plan 2 was meant to do. And some of the groups did whatever they did to set themselves in a position where they are now, where the firefighters and the police went and formed this board to protect against the erosion of our pension. So I guess in looking at it, I mean, I've said it once, I'll probably say it 10 times here, because I'm very impressed with what this group has done and what we've done with the investment board and stuff like that. We have insulated ourselves against a hard down market. And sometimes we have to be cautious because people look at that as success, but we gotta take it away, and so we need to be very cautious in how we move forward. You made mention of the fact of, and Senator, you talked about private equity. Sometimes we need to probably have somebody sit at the investment board to listen to them when they're talking about futures and what's getting ready to happen with the rates and stuff like that. So, when you see things coming, the investment board does a very good job of protecting themselves against down markets. Sometimes they're pretty good. I can only think of one time, I wasn't there, that they took a dump, and it was because everybody took a dump. So, but we've recovered, everybody's recovered pretty well, and so I always try and defense against that person that's over there saying, well, how come I gotta put in this much? You're retired. It's because of what we did to let us retire, to give you the advantage when you get ready to retire. So when I was 21 on the job, somebody mentioned pension, I had no idea what you're talking about. All I knew is you're taking money out of my pocket. Today, I am so glad you took that money out of my pocket. So I guess that's an education piece that we have to keep ourselves in the situation. And this board has done a great job in doing what they're doing. And I've only been here for a short period of time, so I don't want to take any credit. I will take credit for that. So that's my little soapbox.
Yeah, I think these are all great points and great things for you to be discussing, because it's like, is there too much, right? At some point, is it too much? And if it is, what decisions are we making? Do we have a policy in place that if it gets here, yep, we're gonna start to scale it back a little bit? And that's what we're gonna be looking at. We're gonna be looking at some options for managing if that funded status keeps going on that trajectory.
We have to be cautious.
Yeah.
Just a couple of comments, I think maybe related to that. One of the longtime policies of the board has been to have stable contribution rates. I'm old enough to remember when the contribution rates, before the policies that the board adopted, and have sort of been educated by the actuary's office, the rates up and down, and that was one of the big selling points for the employers as well. The employer representatives on this board were very, very interested in having stable contribution rates for budgeting purposes, one, and also to make sure that they didn't have to try to make up for the losses when the rates went down dramatically. So that's a critical piece of it, I think. And being around for a long time and talking to other people from other pensions, public safety pensions and general fund pensions and teachers' pensions, is that a lot of those plans are in trouble because they didn't take a measured view of rates and what that meant to make sure that they were inoculating themselves for the bad times to come. One other thing, I don't know if it's exactly related, but it just came up in my mind, is that if you're talking about taxes, and that's an important piece for everybody, for me as a taxpayer, for employers who have to figure out how they're gonna get their money to run all their operations, not just the public safety pieces of it though. If you don't take a measured approach and you don't have pension funds that actually are able to pay out, then that ends up severely eroding the abilities of employers and of municipalities and of fire districts to actually, so if people don't have the pensions that they're promised, right? And that's happened all over the country, and I've talked to a lot of people in a lot of systems where that's been a problem, then those people aren't gonna get the money, and they're not gonna reinvest that money, they're not gonna go to the coffee shops, they're not gonna be able to buy houses in those places, in the fire districts or municipalities, to be able to have a decent standard of living after they retire, so they're not gonna be able to pay taxes. So I mean, those are two, the big picture is we have to make sure that the pensions are paid out so people can have the ability to go buy their houses or buy cars or buy washing machines and dishwashers, or go to their local restaurants to pay things, to buy things that will enable business to be prosperous.
And
It's an economic, it's a huge, pensions are a huge, defined benefit pension plans are a huge economic generator in the country.
And I think you are absolutely right. I think one of the things that distinguish Left 2 from other pension plan is the stability. Personally, I cannot stand the way PERS is managed. You know, I think in the sense that when everybody actually are willing to pay more, they lower the rate. And when people are hurting, they increase the rate. I think one of the things that makes Left 2 really good is that stability. As you said, for people budgeting, it makes it easier. So I think that should be one of our major objectives. That stability is good for everyone. We want to make sure that when our members retire, what we promise them is there. That is the essence of pension, to make sure when that time comes, this thing is there. By the same token, I think we need to be careful not to make it so, and I'm sorry to say, to make it so attractive for the state to rake the fund too. I mean, I think when they say that, oh, it's fully funded, oh, you don't need this. And when the state needs the money, they reach out for it. So I think we need to find somewhere in the middle to make sure our members are given what they are promised, but at the same token, now make it so attractive for people that are willing to wreck the fund. So there needs to be that middle ground. Mark, I totally got you, and I think we're all on the same page that we want to make sure our members, what we promise them is there. They shouldn't have to worry, is my money going to be there? They should not have to worry. There's so many, I mean, they put their lives on the line for us. The least we can do is protect them. That should not be one of the things that they need to worry about. That will my pension money be there? No. You know, but at the same, we should fund it at the adequate level to make sure the buffer is there to protect them. And that is what makes Left 2 pension plan one of the best plans in the country. You know, but I think I'm just voicing that opinion that we need to balance, you know, to not make us so attractive to the state, but at the same token to make sure our members are protected. So that's.
And we remember that, the up and down cycles over the past. That's one of the reasons why we did what we're doing, I think, or the board has created this culture of stable rates. And another thing is, I'm sure we'll get to the point where we'll talk about benefits, the benefit improvement account as well. And the multiplier that we have and the final average salary and all those pieces that fit into the bigger picture of this pension and what it means, it's not a Cadillac pension plan. Left 2 is not a Cadillac pension plan if you look at other jurisdictions around the country. And I think that's important to realize. The other thing that's important to realize is that, I mean, the traditional three-legged stool of savings and defined benefit pensions and Social Security, all those things added together is going to provide the ability for people to retire with dignity and to have some future expectation of a reasonable standard of living after retirement. The vast majority of Left 2 members don't participate in Social Security. So the pension is doubly important because of that. The other piece is the board has done a number of things recognizing that people do have a responsibility to save some money on their own, right? So we've negotiated in the police and the fire world for deferred compensation options and encourage our members to do that. That's part of the piece as well. And I think it's really important for policymakers, for employers, for our own members to understand that they have a responsibility as well to take some personal responsibility to save some money, to use those deferred options. And our organizations are working all the time to provide other means so that people can retire at the normal retirement age, which still most of our members can't or don't. So healthcare is a big piece of that. But so anyway, it's important for people to understand that Social Security piece really doesn't apply to the vast majority of firefighters and police officers in Washington.
Great conversation, by the way. This is really exactly what, you know, we were hoping that we would have this kind of conversation, because some of the things you're raising is exactly what we're gonna be looking at, right?
We follow the talking points you gave as well.
Yeah, thank you, thank you.
And if I
Get
may,
lunch today.
if I may underscore something they just said, and a couple of others have said, without dwelling too much on what I know about the origin story behind how this board actually came to be, I don't think it's an inconsequential concern to look at how others look at this. I think it's a meaningful concern, and I think it's something we should be mindful of as we would look at this and congratulate ourselves properly for it being well-funded, beyond well-funded, and supremely well-funded, and even more so going on in the future, there are pressures around us that won't see this as good. They'll see it as a solution to other people's problems. The other thing that I think bears some consideration somehow is that perhaps unusual in time, we as individuals, families, our members for whom we're setting rates, and the governments that pay them are both at the same time hitting what are very close to zero-sum circumstances, right? So whatever we're doing today, charging ourselves today in a pension contribution rate, is coming at the expense of what else we have to do today. As an employer, whether it's perhaps a pay increase that we can't give, or it's additional staff that we can't provide, and we're a little bit locked in counties in particular, to 1% plus new construction from our property tax revenue. Take that as a given or take that as a challenge, either way, but that locks us in. And I think the families and individuals that are paying in as member contributions are also finding themselves in closer to zero-sum circumstances, where over time our cost of living increases have been more closely aligned as COLAs rather than as pay increases that are sometimes not even keeping up with inflation. So as both the employer and employee reach zero-sum or closer to zero-sum circumstances, our responsibility might have to include looking at whether a 9% contribution rate is as sustainable as it used to be. Especially if over time, as your chart would show, it's taking us from a extraordinarily well-funded 108 today, 114 in 2020, played out over time at 7.4% average growth rates into the 120s funding levels. Is that a sustainable path? Don't know. Don't know. It's just something that bears thinking about as I look at the chart.
Just to put the impact of what will be left unfunded. Well, all of us on this board, we're all on the same page to serve our members. I think I would like to take it a step further. When I fund 2 police officers out on a route instead of 3, am I doing those 2 officers any favor? No. If they're supposed to be 3 to be fully protected, to be able to protect each other, but instead of 3, I have 2. I'm risking their life too. So the protection should be whole. And that is what some of us are having to balance. Not only do we want to protect their pension, we want to make sure they live long enough to actually get that pension too. So when I put 2 police officers out there instead of 3, say, well, because I need to fund your pension. Well, I would rather fund the pension and also fund his protection so that he can get the benefit of that same pension. And that is what at times in this age of juggling money, that is what some of us are having to do, which we shouldn't have to do. For people that protect us, we should try to protect them too. Because when you fail to equip that officer properly, either because instead of changing their bulletproof vest, you say, okay, yeah, use that for 1 more year, for whatever it is. Instead of changing their car, you say, okay, just carry that 2 more years. We're not serving them. And that is the choice that we're having to juggle. So it should be a complete look. So I'm not suggesting we should underfund this. That is not what I'm just saying. We balance it to totally protect our members. So idea of funding them less than it should be, no. that is not what I'm saying, but let's look at it in whole. And that is what some of us that are dealing with budgets are having to do, even though we know it's a detriment of our members.
I appreciate, your, I guess your candor. You're representing your group, and I think one of the things that Pat and both Mark have alluded to is that the history has shown that we tend, as public employees who work for public employers, it's a gamble every year. Now, we could say, just theoretically, we could say, all right, Ade, we're gonna reduce the rate, and you're gonna hire that third police officer. The market goes south, you lay off a third police officer, and then you gotta catch back up to where we think we're gonna be. And I think I agree with you in trying to find a corridor, a number, whatever it may be, because I think we're all saying the same thing, that, 124 may be a number that's too high. Our left one brothers and sisters are facing that each and every year. The state has looked at that as a target. If we're there in 2040, they'll probably be doing the same thing to us. But I don't want to be New Jersey and have a government that lowers the rates down and never can catch back up. I don't want to get into a situation where we promise that we're going to lower rate and hire police officers, because I also know employers use that as a very good tactic.
Yes.
And then they go hire somebody in Parks and Recreation.
Absolutely.
I get that, and I don't want to be that group. But I want to be a group that, as a collectively here, we find a number somewhere on that board that we want to live with. And we utilize our strength over here that gets us to that point without jeopardizing our plan, without jeopardizing our members. At the same time, why not find a way to, as we progress up through that blue line, is there a way, as you talk about making sure our members have, a better retirement, you use the word dignity, what can we do to enhance a retirement? If we maintain a 9%, when we talk about recruitment and retention of police officers, because we can't get so many of them hired anymore, well, maybe we do something down the road that finds a way that our employers can attract more police officers and have a good 30-year career. I just think, I don't disagree with you, and I appreciate your candor. I just think we gotta find a number up there. It's gonna be a good discussion.
I want
Well,
to thank
the-
Pat for kicking off this thread. And I want to point out to Executive Director Nelson, don't worry about facilitating conversation.
All right, we gotta quit right now.
Lisa, I got a question for you here. There's a takeaway, kind of an interesting moment I had here. It's almost a realization that generational equity is nothing more than a perspective at a moment in time. It seems like the system's dynamic, the funding model's dynamic, the amount of people going through the system are dynamic. Everything's dynamic to the point where even we do something, there really is nothing more than socialization of cost that happens over the long term. As things change in front of you, generational equity doesn't exist. It's an unknown that runs in front of you here. So it's a great fuzzy feeling or a mark to hit kind of thing, but it actually is unachievable.
It's a target. You're right. You will not achieve it every year and for every generation, right? It's a target that is what is supported by that underlying cost method that will just say, we're just trying to get to 100% and stay really close to that. Yes. And it might not be a top goal for this board. That's for you to decide if that is or if it isn't, or if having a strong funded status or, having some buffer, some protection for the plan and for your members is a higher goal. It's really for the board.
And you will, somewhere along the lines in your discussion here, maybe make suggestions as to how we can mitigate risk.
Oh, well,
Now, there's a lead-in.
well, I'll just let Mitch carry on. No, seriously, this is an outstanding conversation, and this is hopefully exactly what we brought you, are ideas of how you can kind of find, like Ade said, that balance, right? That balance. you know, if you want to just be 100% funded, you're going to follow that black line, right? It's not going to meet your goal of stable rates.
Right.
Is it going to meet your goal of a well-funded plan? So we have some options, and also some ways that you can use that in your discussions with, for example, legislators that might say you're overfunding the plan. So we'll talk about that. I'll let Mitch lead
And-
right into
and
what
just
some of
as-
these can look like.
And
Yes.
Senator, you were onto something a little bit ago. We are looking at a chart that shows on the chart contribution rate and what it could be in the black line if it were altered to get us to 100%. But your questions earlier, I think, about rates of investment return on an annual basis and how that's supported and how sustainable that is really important to me, but it's implied but not stated on the chart. As I remember it, 85+% of any pension benefit we're paying in the state of Washington is coming from the returns, not from the contribution rates. So the contribution rate is meaningful, but doesn't control what we actually pay out at any given time. It controls how we sustain our plan going forward and support ourselves going forward. We have to have that and need to keep putting money in order to keep operating the plan and putting money in so that we have something to invest. So absent contribution, you have nothing with which to buy. But the investment return assumptions are the ones that are going to generate most of the benefit payment that we're going to see to those who retire.
True, and that's why that assumption is very important. And just to add a little bit more to the discussion, the health of this plan has allowed the plan to manage through some of those changes in assumptions, or manage through a downturn in the market. And the plan has still come out looking good and healthy. And I don't believe we dropped below 100% funded status in either of those situations.
Right.
When we had the market downturn or when we lowered the rate of return assumption.
So a structural question then. You know, obviously, a plan hits a certain point, maybe at a tipping point where it's, the contributions provide more of an input versus rate of return. You know, go 49.51, it just tips there and rate of return overcomes that. Is that, at that point, is a plan considered mature? In other words, if you start the first 20 years, the contribution rates are gonna give you the most input into the plan, kind of thing. After about a 20-year period, there's a break point, there's some place where you hit 51.49, return on investment overcomes a contribution rate. Is there any continuum out there that you use
That's
as
a
an
great
expectation?
question. That's a great question. And there is definitely some balancing, right, with the maturity of a plan. So yes, when a plan is young, it is heavily reliant on those contributions coming in to earn the returns. And a lot of times, a young plan, 80% funded is great. You know, once a plan is getting more mature, you want to be at 100%. You want to be, because at some point in a maturity of a plan, you now have a larger retirement population of retirees than you do actives to support if anything goes wrong. And so you want to be able to, you want their pensions funded by the time they're going out the door.
So we're 42 years old. What would you consider a status?
Average age is mid-40s
Yeah,
for
I
the
think
plan.
46.
So definitely not a young plan, like closer to, you know, a little bit more mature, but yeah, because you know, a new entrants are mid-20s, retirees mid-50s, and your average is mid-40s, so definitely, I wouldn't say mature, but definitely not young. Yeah, kind of in a little bit closer to the mature. You know, the closed plans are definitely mature plans. I hardly have anyone contributing anymore, yeah, to support it, yeah. Left One is almost completely retired now, right?
That's right.
Was it 7 members?
I think,
Something like that
I
left.
think there's about 15 active members left.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so we'll turn to some things to think about, some considerations.
Yeah, so before we get to kind of some of the potential policy options we got for you, I'm going to drag you back to actuarial land real quick, and I want to provide you just a little bit of education on the minimum rates versus what your cost method is producing under the aggregate rates. And what this graph shows is member contribution rates at different levels of funded status. And so the really couple key notes here is that minimum rate, as we saw, is just one flat rate. It does not matter what the level of what the level of the funded status is, just one flat rate. Whereas rates under your cost method, those aggregate rates, they increase when we're below 100% funded status to get us back to 100% funded status, and they go down when we're above 100% funded status to get us back to 100%. So all full cost methods produce rates that target 100%. So I just wanted to make sure that that was really clear with this slide here. So there are, some just kind of high-level different options for minimum rates. A potential other option is you could target a minimum rate that's between the current minimum rates and your cost method rate. That's represented by that dashed yellow line there. Another option could potentially be a certain corridor or a trigger that reduces the current minimum rate. So I think this last one is one that we had kind of touched on a little bit last year, and this sort of idea is what we're going to look at in a little more detail today. But before we get there, you've got to bear with me for just one more text slide, I promise. I wanted to go through the parameters we considered when we were looking at alternate minimum rate policies. So we first wanted policy modifications that supported the board's funding goal of stable contribution rates. I think a lot of you have talked about so far how important of a goal that is. The second one, we wanted to address that increasing funded status on an expected basis. Like we just saw a couple slides ago, that thing is going to go up over the next 20 years, and it's projected just to continue to increase into the future as well. So can we address that forever increasing funded status? We also wanted to make sure that these alternate policies provide a reasonable buffer against future adverse experience. So if we have a bad market scenario, can the plan still weather it well? And then finally, considering future plan risks when experience doesn't match our assumptions. As we know, it's not going to, and we think on average it is, but if it doesn't, are there significant risks to the plan that we're adding with any of these alternate policies? We wanted to make sure we looked at that as well.
So in regarding the buffer, what that really means is, do you want to target 100% funded status? Or do you want to target 105 or 110? Like, that's the buffer we're talking about there. Having a little bit of buffer in case things go wrong, or maybe the outlook for future investment returns is even lower than 7.4, right? So that's what we're talking about with a buffer. And I just wanted to add a sort of a side note. We see this, so if you're concerned about the narrative, right? If you're having to talk to somebody about why you're doing what you're doing and why you have these policies, the Guaranteed Education Tuition Program, for an example, they have, I believe, a reserve, maybe 15%. I haven't worked on that program. Our office does the actuarial work. But I haven't personally worked on it for a while, so I don't remember what it is. They're a little bit different because in that plan, they can't go back and ask people to pay more money. Once they've bought their units, that's it. So they have that reserve for the very purpose of potential adverse experience in the future. But they don't have the opportunity to come back. So for example, if this plan has adverse experience, your contribution rates can be adjusted going forward. They don't have that opportunity. But that's an example of another system that does have some kind of buffer or reserve to manage potential future adverse experience.
Okay, the moment you've all been waiting for, potential policy options. So this graph shows member contribution rates at different levels of funded status, similar to what we had looked at a couple slides ago. And the current policy is the black line, and then there's two alternate policies in the green and the yellow line. So starting kind of at the left side of the graph, 95 to 110%. All three policies would produce the same contribution rates. So they, below 100%, they go up a little bit because your actuarial cost method goes above your minimums. But then at 100%, there's that one flat rate. But where they start to deviate is at 110% funded status. So under the green policy, at 110% funded status, the minimum rates drop to 90% of their current levels. If funded status continues to increase at 115%, they drop to 80, and then at 120, they drop to 70%. So really saying, if we have good experience, if we're going above 110%, let's reduce those minimum rates just a little bit, just by 10%. And if good experience keeps occurring, we'll keep reducing those minimum rates.
And these are just examples we came up with. We don't know if 110% is sort of your, we want to do something at 110, or whether it's higher or lower. These are just, examples we're putting out there for discussion and for you to see how that changes the trajectory of the expected funded status for the plan.
You know, the
Based
optics,
on
go ahead,
Sorry.
Ade. You're up.
Based on the good conversations that we're having, is there a way where we can say, even if we were to establish 110%, that even if we hit 110%, we'll still leave it for a certain number of years? Because again, talking about rate stability, simply because it hits 110 today, we don't want to rush and go change the rate. Then the following year, we fall below 90. Is there a way we can set a policy and say, well, yes, this is our maximum, but even when we hit it, we still want to maintain that rate for so many years before we mess with it. And if we have a bottom rate, and I'm just throwing numbers out, if we hit 95, again, because again, to make sure we do not shortchange our members, maybe we want to say, well, in 2 years, we will have to modify that quickly because we don't want to put our members at risk. But at the same token, we don't want to be doing this all the time either. So, but just.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if say you follow the green line, say that becomes your policy, you might say, at 110% funded status, we monitor for 2 years, and then we decide to drop it. Absolutely. That could be, really, the door is wide open to how you draft your policies that determine how you land on contribution rates. You do want something, I'm speculating, you probably want something that's at least easy to explain and to support, right, your position. So if
Love
you.
this, no straight face.
If you have, if the legislature says, hey, there's money in that plan and we'd like some of it, we don't want to contribute, you want to be able to explain in hopefully simple terms why you're doing what you're doing and that you have a plan in place. So.
One thing, Ade, you're telling me that it's more important you to have rate stability than it is to add a couple of cops in an economic cycle. I get this. You can actually budget and project out and plan for 5 to 10 year period. That's something we provide here that's almost, the rest of the systems don't. There is predictability in front of us because of that. But the question I was gonna ask had to do, is this specific, is there a risk analysis you can provide between the Green Line option 1 or option 2? Or are those just nominal figures you picked up, for example, on that? And the point is that anything we do in the legislature, I dare you to keep a straight face with this. It has to be presented at about a 3rd grade level in 30 seconds with an emotional conclusion to actually get traction at all. Otherwise, it's gone. If you try to educate people, as we're doing here on the board, their eyes roll back after 60 seconds. So what do we do we're mitigating risk from creating ourselves being low-hanging fruit, whatever, assembly metaphor you want to use for something like this, cliche on that, high-profile target. out there to keep control of the system and not have the legislature look at something like this and say, hey, look, you know, that there's something we can have a one-time or a couple of cycle funding out of this here, and we'll go ahead and make it up later. PERS 1, TERS 1, other things in the future here that we've been so successful defending against. They don't want to upset cops and fire as a rule. So I mean, there's a whole lot of different integral pieces, you know, that are happening in this ballet we're choreographing here to maintain integrity of the fund and control on this. Is this as much optics as anything else?
So we're gonna, well, as Mitch said, we tried to take into account that the board is concerned with stable rates, right? So we didn't want to introduce an option where, you know, if you hit 110% funded status, you drop to the aggregate rates,
Right.
right? Because that might be a 300 basis point swing. So we tried to introduce something that just made minor changes to the rate, but considered that trajectory and tried to bring it down. And Mitch is going to show you what these will do to the expected. We did look at the risk measures. We're going to share that with you as well, what the risk measures showed. And I think if we go back, and Steve can correct me if I'm wrong, if we go back to that period, remember I was sharing that we saw rates were dropping and then they were increasing, and of course, I presume the legislature wanted you to drop the rates, right, versus staying stable.
Third grade level.
But I think we used some of our projections to show why you didn't drop the rates. Yes. Why you wanted to stay straight. We could do the same thing here if that helps you in an upcoming session to just in a picture show, this is why we're doing what we're doing. Because this is what the projection of this plan is showing, and this is where we want to be. I mean, we can provide a graph, and that's usually pretty easy to explain to somebody.
How do you create talking points on something as simple as carrying forward losses into a good market or carrying forward, you know, a good return on investment into a bad market and have them actually understand that a point-in-time observation here is not reality?
Well, I guess again through projections, but you know, some of the things that I've been thinking about for your narrative is the board has a policy to have stable rates because stable rates are important to our employers and our members to know what they're going to be contributing off their paycheck every year, right? So we've got a policy of stable rates. If we have really bad experience, our cost method will take care of that. So just so you're clear, if that funded status ever drops below 100%, that aggregate will go above your minimum rate. It gets you back to 100, okay? So if we have bad experience, our rates will adjust automatically. If we continue to have really positive experience, we're gonna start to just drop that rate a little bit once we hit these targets, because we don't want it to get out of hand. So that's sort of what I've been thinking about as talking points for you. And then again, we can always produce these projections for you under any of these potential policy options.
Probably-
And hopefully a picture will help.
Yeah, probably kind of a bad analogy, but almost every number we're talking about here, to me, seems to work the same way as if you were trying to raise your GPA by getting good grades in the last half of your senior year, right? That this is a 40-year-old plan, well-funded to an extraordinary level, very stable rates, everybody's bought in, everybody understands it. We've got a great situation to be in. So the movement that you are looking at on these charts, the kinds of risks that we're managing or looking at taking, I wouldn't even describe as taking a risk, because they're just very marginal changes because they don't play out fast. Nothing happens quickly. Nothing happens instantaneously. It's very, very slow moving and hard to move the numbers. Right, it's just really hard to move the numbers up or down, given the circumstances.
So moving on, when we take these two policy options and the current policy, and we use that projections model. Here's the picture. This is what we get on the funded status on an expected basis. Now remember, expected basis, we're using our assumptions to set all future experience. And you can see that under the yellow and the green lines, that funded status, as we go out to 2040, much lower than under the current policy. A couple notes I want to point out on this graph. There's no change in the three policy options between 2020 and 2023 at the far left portion of the graph. And that's because we didn't change those rates because the board has already adopted rates through their 4-year rate adoption there. So we could have extended that backwards, this policies backwards, to start taking effect in those years, because it is over 110% funded status, but we didn't because of that 4-year rate adoption. It doesn't really impact kind of the ultimate rate where everything is trending. So a couple things on where these things are trending, because that's a really important thing. That green line, that green policy, that is trending to about 115, 116% funded status. If we continue this projection out to 2065, it stays right about 115, 116% all the way out there for another 25 years. And that's where we stop our projections. We don't go out any further than that. Similar thing with this yellow line. It stays at about 110 to 112%. So the big difference is, under the current policy, that thing is kind of increasing forever. The funded status is just continuously going up, whereas under these two alternate policy options, they stabilize at a certain value on an expected basis. So we did take these options and we did want to take a look at the risk metrics. So we wanted to take a look at what the current risk metrics are for LEF 2, and then we wanted to take a look at, are we adding any risk to the plan if we implement these policies to reduce minimum rates at pretty robust levels of funded status. And so to do that, we relied on our projection system. And now we relied on our projection system to create the last graph, but now we're relying on our projection system to randomize investment returns. So we take 2,000 different simulations with 50-year projections, and where we randomize investment returns based off of a distribution from the Washington State Investment Board. So it's their distribution of how they think CTF returns could manifest in the future. And so we are essentially running 50 avers out into the future 2,000 times, aggregating the results and seeing if we see any significant changes in the risk measures between the current policy and then these two alternate options. So a couple key notes on what we assumed when we go out that far is we assumed no future benefit improvements, and we assumed all contributions are adopted according to whatever policy is in place. So we did, as pointed out earlier, we did remove that $300 million for the BIA transfer. So that is already built into this. And because I know you're thinking it, you can find more information on our website if you want to. So when we do look at those risk measures, we focused in on the change in funded status risk measure. And so to do that, we are looking at the chance that the funded status exceeds some certain target. And so we looked at targets from 80 up to 120% and in increments of 10%. And what I have on here around the box is that funded status greater than 100% target, because that's just a nice conceptual one to focus on right in the middle of our chart here. And just looking at the current policy column, the chance that funded status is greater than 100%, 66% chance of that occurring in our model. I want to stress that this is just what our model produces. 66% chance when we're going from 2025 out to 2040. So pretty robust chance that it stays above 100% funded status, because we are throwing some pretty hefty economic events at this model. And as a point of context, we looked at PERS 2 and 3. We performed the same analysis for them, and they are just above 50% chance that they're above 100% funded status over this same period.
And that, that makes a lot of sense, right? Because PERS over this period is contributing at their underlying cost method.
Right.
Their minimum rates aren't kicking in for them because they have an 80% minimum rate policy, not 100 like Left 2 uses. So over this period, it's basically their underlying cost method. And what's the cost method's goal? 100% funded status. So not surprising to us that generally PERS is showing just north of 50% chance that they will remain above 100% funded status. So if this plan was just using your underlying cost method aggregate and contributing at that level, you would probably see that 66% drop closer to 50, closer to a 50% chance of being above 100% funded status. So it's a pretty high number. We were pretty surprised by some of these results. We're not gonna lie.
Lisa, Mitch, could you remind us quickly, just so we're all on the same page, what your definition is of fully funded at 100%? What exactly does that mean when an actuary says that?
When an actuary says you're like 100% funded status, that's at that point in time, that's at that valuation date, and it's basically saying all the benefits the current members have accrued to that point in time, you have enough assets to pay for them. That's
So
all
if you had
that
to
means.
pay them out all at the same time to everyone who's entitled to them at that moment in
At
time?
that moment, yeah, even your current members. So if for some reason the plan closed and all you had to pay was the actuarial value, you didn't have to pay some market rate or you didn't, right? You'd have enough assets to pay that.
So when you're running 110 or 120% of that,
It means you have $1.10
you
or
have
$1.20 for every dollar
you
of
owe
benefits.
to everyone who's owed something.
Correct,
Right.
yes. Yes, because it doesn't, when we're talking about funded status, it's not thinking about future
Right.
accruals, because that's gonna come from future contributions.
Correct.
Yep.
So when we're looking
This,
at.
by the way, was the underlying basis for the architecture of the proposal in the legislature that predated the initiative that formed this board. So they looked at the funding level and said it would be legal under at least one interpretation at the time to close the existing plan, take the balance from that existing plan, and fund future.
But that was,
Yeah.
I think what you're talking about is Plan 1.
It is, but that was
So
the,
there was that idea of taking the money
True
away from
fact.
Plan 1s.
absolutely. But that was the underlying argument just made, based on how people will read
But at that
overfunded.
time, there was over $1 billion
I know.
excess that somebody wanted to put their hands on, and then the markets took a dump.
No, I'm not
$1 billion
arguing it was a good
went
idea.
away.
Not arguing it was a good idea.
Oh, well, I'm just,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
if
yeah.
we give context, we
Yeah,
gotta give
right.
context to
Right.
everything, because
Right.
that's what created this board, was all of a sudden, the market took a dump. And all that money that was getting ready to be taken away wasn't there anymore. So certain people feared that that would happen to the Plan 2s,
Mm-hmm.
especially police and fire. And that's why this board was created, to make sure, to
No argument.
ensure ourselves away from that type of situation again.
No argument.
Okay.
Just trying to kind of get at the idea that when we spoke earlier about how this can be seen by others who don't have the same view as we might be looking at it, that goes back to what was in those minds at the time and how they were thinking about Plan 1, the overfunded status of the plan, then closed.
That's right, the optics on that were totally different.
Oh,
The
yeah.
driver was Larry Erickson of WSLEA coming back here and attempted to have exceptional games capture on that and play the game with that, and that it did. As soon as the market cycled on that, all of a sudden it came back around here, and we didn't have any exceptional games potential and something like that, but the liability was gone too, because Left One did
Right.
not have
was closed.
the members available to contribute to allow that balance between return on investment contributions.
Right.
As it approached 100%. Then the whole thing became one of those Gilda Radner, never mind moments. You know, it just is, we didn't want to do that anyway. So there's a game to be played with that's not what it appeared.
So just to have one more little piece of context to that.
Amen.
If you heard me say, if a plan closed and we had to
Correct.
pay out the actuarial value,
Right.
not a market value, you'd
Different
have
answer.
enough money.
Right.
Market
Right.
value, completely
Right.
different story. So anytime we've
correct.
had left one, contact our office and say, you know, how much surplus is there? We're very careful about how we
Right.
answer that question.
Absolutely.
Because a definition of surplus is
Yeah.
you can actually get your hands on the money, and the only way you can get your hands on the money is if you've protected completely all of those pensions that are owed, and the only way to completely protect them is to go buy it on the market and get rid of the obligation.
Right.
And that's gonna cost you a
That's going to be a big,
And we start talking
fortune
about Plan
to
3s and
buy
that
those on the market.
right.
at the time.
And that's completely ignoring, that's just one perspective, the Bachenhouse, requirement out there that ultimately becomes an annuity that's an actionable, piece between each member out there as a contract, annuity contract, them and the state individually here, and ultimately a general fund liability, which is completely off the table. But I'm saying there's so many different integral parts to this conversation, it's not just one dimensional as being
Correct.
presented here. 1 minute's opinion.
We got history around the table.
Lead-
Oh,
We
yes,
do.
we-
Lead on, please.
More
We're
history
stepping
than
on
No,
your- we're stepping
no.
on your presentation. Go ahead.
No,
Oh, no, this
great
is,
conversation.
this is good. This is what it's all supposed to be about. Just to kind of finish off this table here, that's 66% under the current policy. When we look at the two alternate policies, pretty small difference. That's 66%, 64% under policy 1, 63% under policy 2 for that chance that funded status is greater than or equal to 100%. And that's kind of what we expect when we are just making small adjustments to the minimum rates at pretty robust levels of funded status. We didn't expect these risk measures to move much, and they don't.
So the bottom line for us when we saw this and that we want to share with you is this probably isn't the area to focus your narrative on.
Right.
Because the risk measures really are pretty solid and they don't move very much between different policies. So we're gonna bring you back to the expected trajectory because we think that not only is a simpler discussion, but also provides a differentiation in what's happening. So the risk measures, basically the bottom line with that is we still look really solid from a risk perspective under any of these options. So we're gonna focus on where we expect that funded status to go and where we might have a change in our policy to manage it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, very much.
So just some additional comments to kind of sum it up. We've already talked about a lot of these. We think this step-down approach to minimum contribution rates, we're seeing that help support the board's goal of stable contribution rates while addressing that rising funded status on an expected basis. We're seeing that funded status stabilize around reasonable levels under both policies, but still providing a buffer against adverse deviation in the future. And then when we look at the risks, we're seeing that the additional risks under either policy are pretty limited.
So then the consulting side of things. So if I could take the opportunity as your actuary to provide some of my perspective on what's happening here. We talked in the last 2 board meetings about different cost methods, right? Do you stay where you are with aggregate? Do you move to entry age normal cost? Either, as long as you've got solid policies in place, either will provide a reasonable funding for the plan and also help you meet your goals. So I personally don't have a preference which way you go. You can stay with aggregate, you can move to entry age normal cost, and we'll work on what policies make sense under there to reach your goals. Either is gonna be good for the plan, in my perspective. I shared this earlier. If the funded status falls below 100%, it's automatically gonna address that. So either of your cost methods are gonna address a funded status falling below 100%. You don't have to worry about that. So when we talk about potential corridors, you don't need anything on the bottom. It's already addressed by your cost method, because every cost method wants to get you back to 100%. So your bottom, if that happens, let's hope it doesn't happen, but if it happens, you're taken care of. So the one thing to be thinking about is that upper corridor or upper target. Is this a time to address it? Do you want to address it? Do you want to have a narrative for the decisions you're making? Do you want to be taking care of the potential that this funded status starts to kind of get out of control? And that's really coming from that minimum contribution policy. So that minimum contribution policy is providing some of the things that are meeting your goals, stable rates. It's a long-term cost of the plan, but it can, when you've had good experience, it can start to drive that funded status up, and do you want to manage that?
So some kind of summary and next steps here. You know, we think this use of these corridors or triggers to reduce minimum rates will adjust funded status to lower levels on an expected basis. The two alternate options that we presented today, that's just completely on our understanding of the board's funding goals. If you guys have other funding goals you'd like us to consider and come up with alternate policy options, we are happy to do that. And of course, we are available to answer any questions. But regarding some of those alternate options, we have put together this little model here. So this is going to look really similar to the graph you just saw. So that graph on the right is the expected funded status under the current policy and a new policy. And the current, the new policy that's loaded in there right now is the one under the green line that we looked at, the 90, 80, 70 at 110, 115, and 120%. But what we can do here is we can go over to this new policy inputs and actually adjust the minimum rate level to change this graph and see what it would produce.
In real time.
In
So
real
right
time.
now, you can come up with something
Punch a number in.
and Mitch will put it in that little model and show you how it changes the projection of that funded status.
So as we can see on this graph, under that current setup, that 90, 80, 70, that ultimate funded status is supposed to trend to about 116% and then stay there. Under the current policy, this is just kind of a long-term kind of average, but yeah, it's supposed to continue above this up to 136%. So I have a couple ones.
So if you did nothing and continued, and we got all of the experience as we have under our assumptions, you would be trending to 136% funded status for the plan.
It would actually continue beyond that as well. So just to kind of show you how this works, what if we changed this to 90% of the current minimum rates at all levels? I can punch 90 in here, and the line will adjust, and we can see that our new ultimate funded status would trend towards 124%.
So prior to the 100% being your minimum contribution rate, you were at the 90. So, and that would have us trending to, yeah.
Another option is what if we just did a flat 80% across the board? And so this is telling us as soon as we hit 110% funded status, we're going to drop our minimum rates to 80% of the current levels, and we can see that the ultimate funded status then goes to 112%.
So in this case, you would be able to address your stable rates after you make that one jump. Okay, so right now you're trudging along at 100% of the normal cost. If you hit that target that the board has set, say the board sets the target, as soon as we hit 110% funded status, we have to do something. And if that something is to drop to 80%, you'll take an initial drop, right, which is not stable contribution rates, right? You have to take that drop, but then you'll go stable at 80%. And just for context, this is the minimum rate level for all the other Washington state retirement plans except State Patrol. So all other Washington retirement plans have a minimum contribution rate set at 80% of the normal cost. State Patrol's at 70, Left 2's at 100. So just for context, this would be, so again, back to that narrative, right? Once we hit 110% funded status, we drop to the minimum rates that are consistent with all other state retirement plans.
Just minutia, but when you talk about option one versus option two here, option one, it tailed up at about 2035, came back to 116. This appears to be tailing down at option two, slightly having a decline on that. Is there a reason for that?
So that thing is, you can see the decline, it's gonna ultimately keep declining until 112, and then it's gonna pan out. And that just goes beyond the, I'm sorry.
Understood, beyond
Yeah.
2040.
Beyond.
Yeah,
that,
beyond
yeah.
2040, that's exactly right. It kind of squishes the graph when
Understood.
I go out too far. So what if we did do that, kind of that state patrol minimum? Another option would be 70s across the board. And that holds us right at about 110%. You might have a little too much of a ping pong effect at that point, because you could get right above 110, right below, and then you kind of destroy the whole stable rate point of it. And then here was the option, here was the policy option 2, where we take that initial jump to 80 and then step down more slowly, where we go 80 initially at 110, 70 at 115, and then 60% at 120. And then that stabilizes you on an expected basis around 111%. So the 60% at 120 doesn't really do anything on an expected basis, but it would really, it would show up if experience didn't match our assumptions and funded status popped up above 120% for a few years. So this does also have the option to run our 2000 simulation model to populate this table with the probabilities of those funded status exceeding certain targets in this table down here below. I've played with a lot of different inputs on here, and those numbers don't really shift around very much. I can run it for the board. It does take about 50 seconds to run through all those 2000 simulations. I'm happy to do that if you'd like me to, but just like we saw with the 2 alternate policy options, it doesn't really change those numbers much.
Yeah, would you do one?
Just-
Run that one that
Do
you got up
something
there?
like,
Hey, are you sitting at this table?
are those, are the new policy ones you've got there, is that from the E76?
That's from
Who said that?
Yeah, facilitators again.
Steve would
Yeah,
like
thanks
us
for
to
helping.
hit run.
Yeah, he just wants to see it melt.
Hit run.
It doesn't do anything flashy, I promise you that.
This is a tough crowd.
Look at those numbers, the 45, 54, 64
64.
numbers that he's got down there. Because when he says they don't change much, it's like, well, what is not
You want
much?
to just copy paste those up there for a second?
It's worth 50 seconds.
Okay, we'll give it a really,
Whoa, 6.
Just jam it. Give it a good hard push, yeah.
okay, so now it's running through those 2000 simulations, 50-year periods,
Yeah.
and then I really hope those numbers in the table change.
Yeah,
If
we'll see if it populates it.
Yeah, if it doesn't, I blame it on the new computer.
There you go.
When in doubt, blame technology.
Yeah, and this, our projection model actually has all the systems in it. So Mitch was stripping everything out he possibly could to try to make this run faster and faster, because, was it 6 minutes for the whole?
7 minutes for the whole system. So it'll do this same thing for every system at the same time, but obviously doing that for everybody takes some time.
Oh, look, you even have a runtime thing.
Yeah, it
That's
does.
impressive.
Yeah, so these changed to 43 instead of 45, 52 instead of 54, 62 instead of 63. And that's with a pretty steep drop. That's dropping all the way to 60% of the current minimum rates at 110% funded status. So, like I said, you have to throw something pretty rough at it for these numbers to move much.
I was thinking, can you illustrate what pretty rough means? Yeah, you kind of did a little bit ago, Lisa, where you spoke about what the drop in funded status was in the '09 recession period under previous contribution rates and policies and.
So here's really rough. How about we take a contribution rate holiday as soon as we
Right.
get 110%?
Yeah, right, I mean.
No more
no,
contributions
that's-
unless you're at
That's what,
110%.
that's what I'm getting at, is like, what kind of things, what do you have to do to drive it into the ground?
Yeah.
What, you know,
You have to be pretty extreme.
Yeah.
I think I ran a 20% minimum rates as well, and that dropped these numbers quite a bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good stuff, all right. So, while that's running, so that's everything we have for you today, and, as we said,
So, yeah, it doesn't drop them quite as much as I remember.
so you're
but-
still over a
Yeah.
50% chance of being over 100% funded status,
Right.
because that, your underlying cost method will kick in, right?
Right. Yeah, I asked that because I think it's worth having some context for what is it that, we observe publicly, we observe in our other lives as a big economic event, a big crash, a market crash, something changing. How does that translate through into pension funding, the way this is funded and the way this is structured and the way this is invested?
Yeah, and I
It's
think
really hard to penetrate this. It's
the
hard to
risk
move
measures,
this. Yeah,
exactly,
right.
and that's what we found,
Yeah.
and that's why
Yeah.
when we saw this, we thought the best way for the board to address their policy is through that expected path. And, if you'd like, we
See it, Pat.
can even bring you how that expected path changes if we have another Great Recession.
I think that'd be an interesting illustration because just sort of take into your Monte Carlo what you have in real experience from '09 to '14, thereabouts. Because that's, the biggest economic disturbance we've had in 70 years. And then you can kind of put scale on it. Well, we have another one of those in the next 5 years, 10 years, what happens to this? If we have an 81, 83 style recession, which before this Great Recession was what everyone thought was the worst we're ever going to see. How does that look? I think that helps with the discussion points, talking points that you develop over time in explaining what's been done to legislators, but others as well, that no, this is durable or not, this is explainable or not, this is insulated against that enough or not.
Actually, I was thinking that to move this conversation along, as a group, if we can talk about acceptable funding level, that we want to be the 135, 140, whatever. Where do we want to be? And I think that is, because I totally understand, we don't want to end up upside down. I think we're all on the same page on that. So, but what is the acceptable? What level do we think will protect us enough in order not to lose the future of our members? Say 120, 130, whatever. If we can have that conversation.
It's a
I think
starting
that
point.
would- Yeah, I think that would be a good starting point.
Got to start somewhere.
Wouldn't you have to, I mean, I'll just throw it out there, but don't you have to really understand or have a complete buy-in and total satisfaction that your benefit level is as you'll ever want it? I mean, because if you were going to look at this, and at some point, because we talk about working with our stakeholders on the police side of the world, we know it's difficult to get them in there. We have talked about the shorter careers that we in public safety work, police and fire. I guess the expectation to hit a retirement with dignity somewhere in the range of 60 to 80% ballpark. And if our members are only working 25 years-ish and they're leaving, increasing a multiplier to get to a higher number does something to that chart. And it would make more sense to me to have a conversation about defining what a benefit looks like for everyone, seeing what that does to our chart before we cut our income coming into it. I mean, that's,
Yeah, although I think you have a point, but at the same token.
you said, but.
But at the same token, I think, just like any other plan, we all knew what we were signing up for. I totally agree, we need to do benefit enhancement. I know, but at the same token, this is what we have now. I think if we want to talk about benefit enhancement, I think that is probably, I mean, I'm not saying we shouldn't, but I think people that sign up to Left 2, they knew what the benefit in that plan is. So now we're changing the goalpost. And that is fine. But I'm just, that we, I think the goal is to protect what we have now and how sustainable that is.
So I think it's critical to be sustainable from the very beginning of the board, from the very opening of the pension plan. Sustainability is a huge issue. But also one of the stated strategic goals of the board from the very inception has been to enhance the benefit of the members, as well as all those other things. So they all fit together. All those goals fit together. And
So then in that case, if even whatever calculation we come up with today, 10 years from now, if we change the benefits, all that calculation will be off.
But remember, the board doesn't have the ability to increase benefits. The board adopts contribution rates, the board sets all the actuarial assumptions, the demographic actuarial assumptions, and the economic assumptions, but we don't unilaterally have the statutory authority to increase benefits. We have worked from the very beginning to increase benefits, and there's been an entire raft of benefits that have been increased for Left 2, mostly regarding survivor benefits and duty disability and duty death benefits that we have increased. We haven't really attacked the problem or dealt with the problem of some sort of a general membership benefit for current and future employees.
And that's because of cost.
It's because of cost.
Yeah,
Right.
that's the big ticket.
And so, I mean, I'm retired, so generally, these things probably won't accrue to me, which is okay, right? I mean, I was born too early, I guess. But I mean, I think it's something that we should all consider seriously as to how, if the funded status is projected to go up. Personally, I'm not in favor of reducing contribution rates because it feels a lot like like what was happening before. When we're aggregate modeling, we're up and down and up and down, and the employers would always fight. They were happy to have a reduction in rates, but then when the rates would go up, they were always against that. And I think we've done a lot of cultural work on the board, and I don't know how that's been disseminated to the Association of Washington Cities or the counties or the fire districts in terms of their, and certainly the legislature with their comfort level of this is something new. I mean, what we're talking about is something new. So I'm generally very not in favor of decreasing the rates. Historically, remember, the benefit improvement account was put in place by the legislature, and then they just refused to fund it. They refused their statutory obligation to fund it, and we couldn't make them do that. But, that's passed, that is gone. There was legislation in the past session to eliminate the state's obligation to fund that benefit improvement account. So we were able to fund that with our own money. It wasn't a general fund allocation into the benefit improvement account this last legislative session. It was our own money and our own pension fund that they graciously allowed us to move from the general fund to the benefit improvement account. I'm just speaking for me because I'm not an elected official at the local anymore or a state office or anything else. Just as a board member, I would like people to possibly consider this model with respect to not lowering contribution rates at some sort of a target level, but to advocate that the board would take on as potentially a policy at some funding level above 100% to take the value of that money and to move that money instead of reducing contribution rates and move that over to the benefit improvement account for the future enhancement of benefits.
We didn't model that option, but
If I had a button for that, that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah.
And that's a long-term thing. I mean, general membership benefit enhancements are expensive. Absolutely expensive. So I'm not proposing some sort of a one quick fix thing where we're gonna get $1 billion, but I think over the long term, it's incumbent upon us to think about the things that Dennis was talking about in terms of the shorter working careers of public safety officers. I mean, there's a reason why the legislature agreed to the normal, when I started, the normal retirement age was 58.
There you go.
Then it went down to 55, and then it was reduced to 53 over the course of a lot of years. And so that's with legislative approval. So I think historically, I mean, people come and go in the legislature all the time, obviously. But I think there's been a long-term acknowledgement that people who get into this particular two types of businesses can't really be expected to be working until they're 65 or 66 years old, you know? It's just not reasonable. So I think there has to be some, and that's not without validation from the rest of the country. There's a lot of places where the normal retirement age is 50 or 25 and out. So, and I'm not advocating for that necessarily. I'm not advocating for any one particular specific benefit improvement for members in this business. But as sort of a moderate way to address some of those issues, and the Social Security issue, I think, plays into this as well. I know a lot of the police officers have more of those groups have participated in Social Security than the fire side, but in any event, there's still a lot of people who should be able to retire, you know, and what's the normal retirement age is 53, but the average retirement age is, what, 57 and a half? So even people who get there to the normal retirement age under the current law, they're not able to do it for, there's a lot of reasons, obviously, but anyway.
I think I hear you, and I think that makes sense. But with that said, I totally thinking that even if we establish a benchmark, we can move whatever the excess into the enhancement bucket. But should there be I guess I'm just looking for a reasonable cap to meet your need and for you to meet me halfway too. You know, because I totally buy what you're saying there. Yes, the years that people can spend at this job is not what some of us pencil pushers can do. You know, and I totally buy that. But at the same token, I think I'm just looking for, okay, fine, let's recognize that. But let's recognize the fact that what I hate the most about my job is telling my colleagues, I can't fund that. When I know they need it. I love what I do. But when I have to look you in the eyes and say, well, sorry, Dennis, I just can't fund that. When I know in my own heart that you need it, who am I to tell you, no, you can't have it? So that is the dilemma that some of us are facing. You know, we are in the same boat. And it's either all of us hang together or hang separately. We are in the same boat. You know, I'm going through budget process now, and we're saying, well, we need average of one officer, 1.4 officer per 1,000. We have the lowest tax rate in King County. Where will that, I mean, we're looking under the rug to find money, and we're getting creative, but nonetheless, it's still short. Like you were saying, we are paying bonus now to recruit officers. 10,000, just for you to sign on.
Yeah, you hire them from us.
We're bringing
Which is its
people
own
from
problem. I
Hawaii,
mean,
you know.
we're competing with each other all the
You
time.
know,
too.
so that is the kind of issue, but I totally see that we need to enhance the benefit, and we need to be able to save some of this money and put it aside and to do that. The state is is probably never going to step up to the plate. They are using the employer's money, the employee's money, the state money to fulfill their obligations.
I agree. It's a 50-30-20 split.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, and that's part of the rationale behind this board was that the members pay 50%, but in the old days, we didn't have any say at all about any of this stuff. Right? And why shouldn't the employers they pay 30% of the total cost. Why shouldn't they have a voice on the board as well? I mean, that's why the structure of the board is what it is today in large part to account for that. And it you know, I'll be honest too, it still frustrates me that the legislature makes 100% of the decisions and they only pay 20% of the cost. And, you know, that's, you know, it is what it is, but we have to deal with that because that's reality. Because we can't unilaterally adopt benefit enhancements on the board like the vast majority of other police and fire pension systems in the country, whether it's a county system, a city system, not so much for state systems, but there's a lot of them out there that are cities only and that are counties only, that board has unilateral, they have the statutory authority under those laws to be able to increase benefits if they vote to do so.
I guess what I'm proposing is, if we were to move that excess to enhancement, can we put kind of a cap in there after we've moved this so much, after so much time? We can lower the rate. Because to continue to maintain that rate without any hope at all, is just, maybe after we've moved certain amount over so many years or whatever, if we are moving 300,000 or 300 million this year, in another 5 years, if we're moving another 300 million, well, when do we take stock?
It's a political question. I mean, it's gonna fall back on what can we convince the legislature to do? What's acceptable to them? But I don't think we'll get anywhere unless we have, like you say, some sort of some kind of buy-in by the board itself, and not just 6 to 5. And I remember when we were running the initiative, and there was a lot of the naysayers out there in state government and local government that says this board is going to be dominated by the employees because it's 3 firefighters, 3 police officers, 3 folks from local government, and then 2 legislators. So they looked at it very cynically, in my opinion, and said 6 to 5, 6 to 5. And there have been, that's not been the way that the board has operated. The vast majority of everything that we propose to the legislature as a board has been almost always unanimous, and every now and then with 1 or 2 dissenting votes.
And that's actually, that is part of why I'm trying to move towards you. So meet me in the middle.
I mean, I don't think the board would be nearly as effective as it has been if that had played out 6 to 5, 6 to 5, 6 to 5. I think that would have undermined the credibility of the board dramatically, and we wouldn't have got the things passed that we have got passed. And some of those things are not necessarily, some of those benefit enhancements are, for example, annuities, just the ability of our own members to buy an annuity from the pension fund that we didn't have the ability to do before, which really speaks to trying to raise the consciousness of our own members to save a little bit of money on their side and make that happen for them. So I agree with you. I think in principle, I mean, I do agree with that. It's important to me personally and professionally to be able to say to the legislature, look, this is the things that the board have adopted, not 6 to 5, but with everybody buying into those things, because I think that's going to be much more effective coming through agency request legislation, and then the politics sort of play out outside the board. But it is important to me that to have common ground and to have a community of interest with the employers.
It is. Our strength has been our collective, workings, so we've done well together on that.
You know, Mark, we've never had a marquee benefit. I'm with you. I mean, I've been here 14 years, you've been here 15 plus, you know, and we've talked about that from day one. Neither one of us had a position to have a voice at all. And it was 790, it was the content or the design of the legislation that scared the hell out of everybody on that, because we actually have authorities we've never dare execute out there, saying that we can unilaterally impose something and the legislature has to overturn it, otherwise by default it becomes law in the, following session. I mean, there's tools out there that, of course, everybody'd read, dire consequences into. It'd be the result of. We've never even approached the authority we have here because we wouldn't want to do anything out there to put the system at risk. I mean, there's this awareness that we've had. We've been amazingly successful at this point, but the things you want to accomplish, I keep going back to what I talked, I've talked to you about this before, but we pitched something at a third grade level in 30 seconds, so the motion conclusion is framing issues in the legislature out there. And somehow what we do, somebody will get out in front of it and declare it's those greedy self-serving cops or fire, this kind of thing, not understanding the context of the contribution rate or anything. I mean, it's politics, and what you're doing is you're talking reality in the face of politics here. Sometimes they're just worlds apart. They never intersect. So how do we frame the issues and do something to accomplish that? I get a feeling that Steve wants to get on that microphone. I'm just saying.
You guys have been awesome. So especially, Wolf, it's his first meeting. Some of you have been here for 14 or 15 years. The number of presentations where you've had this kind of discussion that you've just had, this is awesome. When I was asking you earlier to engage, this was the best case scenario that I could have imagined. I'm taking notes furiously, so is the rest of the
What's
team.
Mitch and Lisa's doing? They absolutely got all going.
Yeah, no, and so I wanted to, kudos, and I did not want to step in and cut the debate short, particularly since many of you in our conversations throughout the interim said specifically this topic is the one that either interested you the most or that you felt was the most important. We can make up time talking about some of the other topics on the agenda. We're just a little bit behind time. And so that's the piece is I wanted to kind of get us back on. But this discussion was in every way a model for the type of discussion that helps us as a team support you on some of these strategic issues. We'll be able to bring some stuff back to you now in November based on this discussion to kind of next steps from here. Following up on the next step slide that you had here, we'll bring some stuff back to you. The original goal was to have some kind of policy adopted by December. I don't know really how close you guys are to being able to do that, but we'll bring some stuff back in November and we'll move forward as if that is still the goal and see how far we get.
Steve,
Okay?
can we have some policy issues that would be based upon your projections for an alternate 1 or alternate 2 here as a funding model going forward? Just have a presentation on that.
Yeah, I think that's the modeling that they showed today, which, by the way, they created. This is brand new. Their work for you has led to now something that could be helpful for all the other plans.
Yes.
I was joking with Mitch that other actuarial firms now are going to be trying to steal him away because he developed this, but it's very, this is a powerful new presentation tool that came out specifically from their consultation work with you guys over the course of this year. They saw things, you heard Lisa say, we were surprised. There's new information, new data that comes out of this kind of analysis that's not just valuable to you, but valuable to them and could be valuable to the other plans as well.
Steve,
Yeah.
just curious, what's the mechanism? I mean, it would be nice to have something adopted by our year end.
Yeah.
Not our fiscal, but our regular year end. And can we gather, notice requirements, things like that, maybe early December again before our regular meeting or something like that, or, I don't know, I'm just thinking, I know we have our meetings are
Yeah.
beforehand,
What we'll do is we'll bring you back some of the stuff that they talked about today, as options. Get a more formal feeling from you how close they are. Whether you want more information, whether you're not ready to go there as a policy yet. You know, today was more like an idea. Maybe based on what you saw today, it's like, no, 110%, for instance, that's the upper corridor number. That's not. I think it should be lower. I think it should be higher. Who knows? But we'll get that more formalized input from you at the November meeting, and maybe that'll be enough to bring you back something to adopt in December.
Actually, I think there's so much value in our conversation this morning. I think where we're able to exchange ideas. I think I'm hoping that we will devote some time where we have conversation.
Yeah.
Just discussing, rolling up our sleeves and talking about this and trying to make sure that some of the concerns, because these are all valid,
Yes.
are taken into consideration, and we find a way to make it work.
Well, we
So
will.
that means we will devote a particular meeting for that conversation. So be it, so
Yeah.
that we can have exchange of ideas, and all of those ideas can be thrown on the board, and we can see how we can manage all of that, I think, in the long run. You know, if we're able to have a policy, this is what we're shooting for. I think, like Lisa pointed out, when the legislators are looking at it, say, well, shall we take money here? They'll be, okay, this is what they're trying to do. And maybe they'll leave that alone. And when we're looking at the rates, for how many years, I think it's something in the long run that will work. And if we have the time to have the conversation and truly listen to one another, I do believe there's a solution somewhere.
All right. From a tactical point of view now, do you guys want to take 5 before we talk about some of the other, the next items on the agenda? Lunch is ready. Okay, lunch was scheduled at 12, for 12. It's ready. There are some of the presentations, for instance, we could change the agenda around, do the presentation on the results of the expectation interviews while you're eating. And that could adjust the agenda slightly, but allow you a chance to get some food and then have a presentation while you're eating it, and then get back to the policy issues afterwards. All right, let's go ahead and do that.
I thought we were.
Grab food now, and we'll be ready to start presenting in 15 minutes.
All right, everybody, we're going to pull back in. We're going to move on to the board expectations presentation. So hopefully you enjoyed lunch, and they'll be out there for a little while, so feel free to pick up a little more if you need. So as the board expectations, this has been a process that we have undergone since 2012. We started using this mechanism in order to find out what your expectations of us, because our realization is that you are our primary customer as the staff for this board, and success for us means meeting your expectations and making sure that you're completely satisfied. So to be able to do that, we have to make sure we know what your expectations are, and at that, part of that then is always measuring, are we meeting those expectations, which is our expectation process. So it's always it's a continual feedback loop. For those of you who've been around longer, you know how this cycle goes. So anyway, so we've been doing this since 2012, and of course the process is we had originally defined, the board had defined their expectations, and we created the 7 master expectations, so to speak, and those have changed over time what actually composes those expectations, which is why the feedback is so important to us, so we can make sure we know what the expectation is, what it actually means as a group, and even to some individuals, and then whether or not we need to make adjustments or changes, or how are those expectations changing, and what does that mean to us in serving you. So that's the context to why we're in this process. So today's part of the process is, we'll call the tail end of the feedback loop, because we just went through the summer period, which is when we do all the expectation interviews, which is the one-on-one discussions that each of you get to have with the director. and give more direct feedback. We survey to you at that point to find out, are we meeting your expectations? How satisfied are you? So the few slides that I'm going to show you are actually the results of the survey from this year. And what I'd ask you to reflect on there, when you look at the scores, be thinking about, your own perspective on these scores, what they look like collectively as a board, and whether or not there are points that we need to discuss to give us feedback in terms of what else do we need to make you satisfied on any particular area or question. So it's a clarifying opportunity. So bear that in mind as we look. So are we on the right track? Well, first let's look. So these are the 7, for context, these are the 7 questions, as you'll remember, or the 7 expectations. Responsibly govern the plan, help us get up to speed as soon as possible, keep us informed, support our policy decisions, educate the plan stakeholders, provide professional administrative support, assist us in making responsible decisions. So these are the results from this year's surveys with the 7 expectations going across. I'm glad to say this actually are very good scores. This suggests a very high level of satisfaction. And as a staff member, it makes me feel very good that we are bringing those things. In fact, other than the 2 historically, as I'll show you, they help us get up to speed and educate the plan stakeholders, are the only ones where you're not absolutely, fully satisfied by those measures. Those might be 2 areas where maybe we need to have or you need to have a conversation on what do those mean and what are the locations or why aren't those scores at a fully satisfied level. But to this point, based on, and again, this is on a 5-point scale, so those are, all these levels suggest that you're highly satisfied with those expectations. To that point, looking at it over time, this process, you can see, has been successful because we've been growing over time. You see the very first year that we did it, we clearly, and what we learned in that process, we didn't actually understand all of your expectations or the board's expectations at the time, but we've been able to make adjustments, and over time, we have improved. As the board has changed, both in composition and objectives, the expectations have changed as well, and sometimes that's where we've had to course correct. Why some years the scores have been lower, then we've had the opportunity to make adjustments based on feedback and raise the scores again. And as you can see, this year, over the 7 years that we've done this, this year was the overall highest score that we've ever received in terms of meeting your expectations. So the process continues to work, but again, the feedback and clarity that you provide in this ongoing process is incredibly valuable and helpful for us to help you do your job. So let's go down one more level and let's look across time on each individual question. And this gives you an opportunity to really think about, are there points for you on these individual questions that maybe you have questions about, whether or not it means something to you or means to everybody else. Sometimes we get questions about what does that really mean? And that's why I might, again, point out the points where we've had lower scores, like help us get up to speed and educate the plan stakeholders. Historically, those are the 2 that tend to have a lower trend. So I would think those might be an opportunity for further clarity. But you can let us know how you feel about that. But as you can see, I think on all of them, we've had the opportunity to improve at points. We always look at these, and when a score drops, and again, with a small sample, the scores are very sensitive. So somebody going from a 5 to a 4, or a couple people going to a 5 or even a 3, that has a dramatic change. That means, and we look at those scores and try and understand, what are we missing? In some cases, it's more widespread, sometimes it's individually, and usually we get good feedback because something happened where we needed to provide additional information or additional services to bring those scores up. So it's very useful to look at the scores, and if there is a drop in a score somewhere or there is a lower score, usually there is something very specific involved, and that's what we're really interested in, is understanding why isn't that score a 5? Because that's what we're always striving for, is anything we're doing, should tie back to an expectation, and we're trying to put it at the highest level. So as you can see, again, the scores have been very high, and we're excited that we're doing that good of work, and you feel that satisfied with the services that we're providing. But so that's where the scores lie right now. I guess from there, it's again, this is a feedback point. We can go back to those numbers you can look at. I would introduce that this is the opportunity that if you want to have any discussion about the expectations or particular expectations, if you have questions of us, we're happy to provide our input on things, or if there's any historical context, as we have some folks that are newer to it, we're happy to do that as well. But I would also say if you guys have an opportunity to discuss amongst yourselves as the board, are these still the right expectations? Are there new expectations? Are there things that need clarity within an expectation of what that means? That historically, I was looking back last night on all of our past offsites where we had discussions about the expectations, and these have changed. The details of what goes into a particular expectation have changed over time as a result of these conversations, the input you've given to the staff about, like supporting our policy decision, what does that mean? You've given direction to Steve going, here's what this means in terms of how you interact with the board or interact with legislators. That's all very valuable information to us. So I point that out as an example, but this is your opportunity, or a great opportunity, to have a conversation and provide us input, which is a key part of this overall process. So that's it for all the formal information. Those are the results, and again, very favorable, and we hope to be able to continue maintaining your satisfaction level at the highest of levels. So thank you.
Tim, we sent out that survey, the state council and the firefighter, or the police sent out that survey, and one of the things that I realized when I was reading the comments is a lot of our stakeholders really have no idea how the plan works. And so I think on there is educate the plan stakeholders, yeah. I think that's probably the only thing that I gave a 4 on, and we really could do a lot better job of educating the stakeholders. And I don't know if you guys have any ideas on what we could do.
Well, I guess, let me ask a clarifying question. I mean, in your mind, do you have an idea what that means? And I say that only because, and we've taken feedback in the past, here's the things that we do right now that involve educating. And it's certainly not to say we're doing everything we can, because we're always looking for good ideas. But the things that are involved, we use the technology that we have in terms of the website. We've been doing the videos, which was in these discussions, the news blog that we put out there, and our social media with Facebook and Twitter. That's part of the campaign. The other piece that we have is our member outreach program, where we go out to all the various conferences and are available to the members to tell, to answer questions, to talk about the board. We do presentations at the various stakeholder meetings. We also then go out to the local level. We'll go to the locals, we'll go to the guilds, and do presentations about how the benefits work, about what the board's doing, about all that work. So we are doing a lot of programs trying to meet that. So I mean, my question is, when you're talking with them, when you say they don't know how the plan works, what does that mean in that context in terms of, is it benefits, is it, I don't know.
Yeah, I think a lot of it was the benefit, how the benefits people understand that it's 2% of your final average salary, but I don't think a lot of people really truly know what that means. And you guys do you offer a lot of things. I don't know if people just don't understand that that's out there, that they can seek that out, or if it's you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink sort of thing. But it just was kind of alarming to me when I was reading the comments that there's a lot of misinformation about the plan, and there's a lot of people that just don't even understand that you could seek out this. It is readily available to them. They just, maybe they don't know to seek it out, or maybe they just saw this survey and they thought, well, I'd like to learn more about that. I wonder if I could.
Steve, did you have a comment there at all?
We, over time, we've got suggestions from you guys about initiatives that you felt would be helpful, and we've implemented all of them.
Yeah.
Now, so I think you're hitting on something that what would be new initiatives? We'll have to brainstorm that, because at this point in time, there's not really great ideas that we haven't done because we don't have resources or we haven't done for whatever reason. We're doing everything that kind of we could think of or that we've been asked to do. And that may get to your point, AJ, that all of that still requires somebody they're gonna have to go to our website, they're gonna have to read our newsletter, they're gonna have to go to a guild meeting or one of the organizational annual meetings. And you guys know what your attendance take up on those is. So those, if they don't do any of those things, what would be still another way that we could, get at them? One of the things that's interesting is you mentioned it right at the beginning. You guys did this survey. Not that we would do a survey, but for instance, is some kind of direct email blast, a tool that we could use. We don't have those email addresses that you guys have, so that'd be something we'd have to maybe partner with, but, would that, is that a possibility? We're gonna have to brainstorm some stuff. If we want to improve that score, and remember, that's an area where we could improve, but that's a good score.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. I think we are you're doing a lot of great stuff as far as education. I'm concerned about
Yeah.
the members not being educated, I guess.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I mean, that's across all spectrums of the things we do. People are uneducated about it and either don't want to be or just would rather complain about it. And even the survey we sent out, I think we sent it out to 15,000 people. We only got 3,000 responses. So,
On the, bring us up to speed quickly, I'll talk a little bit when we get to the education. That's an area where we do have some ideas about something new that we could do to address that. But out of all of the expectations, that's the only one where right now we have a specific initiative in mind to move forward with.
Yeah, one of the interesting things that in terms of the comments that we've received the last couple of years on the Help Us Get Up to Speed item is that the only reason the tendency to not have that full was they're like, well, that's kind of for all the new folks, and I don't really know what else is going on. And so for us, I look at that as an opportunity to find out, how do we make sure that that's, a lot of the focus on new trustee in terms of Help Us Get Up to Speed was the feedback with the expectation was first created. The board was very, good direction on what they wanted us to do in terms of here's the kind of information we want you to create, here's how you want to bring board members into the fold and up to speed so they can contribute. But it does still apply to experienced trustees, particularly when it comes to specific issues, specific topics. That was also part of that original expectation feedback that we received from the board. So I guess, kind of my question is that how you're viewing that expectation? Where's that, where should that focal be with respect to that Help Us Get Up to Speed? What does that, maybe for the experienced trustees, is there more communications we need to do about what's going on, or just for you, what does Help Us Get Up to Speed mean to you as an experienced trustee? We know what it means very clearly for a new trustee, but how does that fit for the experienced trustee? And is there something we should be doing that you're not getting right now that you feel you need? I guess that's how I would approach that question.
I think it's different levels. I would agree. I think coming on the board a couple years ago, just the influx, a lot of information, really not sure how to even digest or what order to put it in. I think then you get a little bit more comfortable, and so, getting up to speed may mean, which we'll talk about a little bit later, as far as the attendance, the educational opportunities, things like that. So I think that kind of goes into it. I think for somebody brand new on the board, I think that initial question, that maybe that's something we'll just move towards, part of an orientation, part of our feedback when we bring people in, how do we do, what we miss, things like that. I don't know. I feel more comfortable now. I mean, the question seems like I feel I'm doing okay, but I don't know what I'm missing. You're only, keep that, yeah. You only know what you're missing when you know what you're missing.
That one was a hard one to rate, just
Yeah.
because it's a moving target.
Exactly.
There is no objective standard out there, benchmark. I mean, you guys did this dynamic. I mean, you're going with the flow as things evolve in front of you here and trying to get everybody up to speed. I mean,
Changes.
it's hard to rate.
Different levels.
Is there, at varying times, we've had, or I'll call it, one definition of what does this expectation mean, and some key bullet points of major things. Is there value in readdressing that? Is something that anybody feels like they would, or they're just going, I just don't even know what that means anymore? Or is it, I mean, you feel, because you've had conversations, we've discussed it, you feel, nah, I got a good handle of what that means to me, and I'm still okay with that. Is there any work to do there? That's good feedback. Steve, any other comments?
Just in general on this whole, we do something from our side. Do you you guys refer to yourself as the team, does the team do one on how you interact with each other? As far as, your group? I mean, do you sit down and have an expectation sheet that you go over and find out if you're meeting your own goals, objectives, what you're setting out for yourselves? I'm just curious on.
We haven't really done that formally, interpersonally. I think that has occurred over time on certain topics. I mean, more of our focus has always been, are we doing the things to meet the board's expectations? Because that's what's supposed to be driving, if we're meeting your expectations, that is the expectation upon us, and to that end, meeting the strategic objectives of the board. So that's really been more the angle of focus on that, in terms of how we're measuring ourselves.
I can't say, Dennis, that question is one that I asked myself last year, because now that you guys have incorporated, into my evaluation,
Right.
the team saying, this is how Steve is doing, I'm sitting there going, maybe I should be using the same kind of tool, and at least for me, going to each of my team members and saying, what do you expect from me? And how am I doing? And because it is highly likely that I would have the same experience that we did when we did the initial survey. We think we understand your
Right, yeah.
expectations, but on a scale of 5, we probably understand them about 3.5. And I might find out that we've got new team members. What are Karen's expectations? We've got experienced team members like Tim. Hey, I had expectations when I started here 15 years ago, and they've changed. Have I picked up on all of those changes? So for me, at least personally, Dennis, I think that's probably the next step in that evolution, is for me to do something like that with my team members. Could we do it, we're such a small team, could we all do it where everybody's evaluating everybody internally about what do I expect from you?
Yeah, I wouldn't go there.
Yeah, it might not, it might not give us a whole lot, but at least for me, I immediately saw, some of you were at the IFEBP
Right.
presentation last year where Tim and I presented on this tool.
Yep.
And we tried to encourage plan administrators to use this tool, even as scary as it might be, to sit down with each of you one-on-one and say, what do you expect from me? Because the immediate fear is, I'm not gonna be able to give you what you expect. And we've tried to say, you're already not giving them what they expect, because you haven't even talked with them about it. You're maybe trying to give them what you think that they expect, but if you use this tool, you'll get clarity, and you'd be surprised. Even afterwards, had people come up to me, there's no way I could do that. I would be terrified to ask my,
Careful what you ask.
what they expect of me. But the numbers support the value of this tool. So if I want improved scores from my team in my own personal evaluation, this tool is a great way to go about that. So that probably, Dennis, would be like I said, the next step in this evaluation, or the evolution of this tool is for me to use it with all of the individual team members in the upcoming year. Sit down and have expectation interviews with each of them, like I do with each of you.
Yeah. I just think we have a very, we talked about, Mark mentioned about the board and the history, and that team has evolved. It's gotten bigger. It's a high functioning group of people you have working, in that office, that building. And I want to make sure we go so far as the team goes, because they provide the resources, the information, and I want to make sure that they have all the tools to be successful, not only personally but professionally, because that helps us as we move along as well. And that's what I was kind of thinking, that feedback from them where we're missing. If we're missing something that they need, I think there needs to be a mechanism that we all make sure we can find a way to get it. Bring in new people into the organization is helpful. It's a different perspective, different ideas and thoughts what we're doing. At the same time, like you said, it can be dangerous because you're going to hear something you maybe didn't want to hear, which is okay, but that's it. But again, I think we have a very talented group, so I just want to make sure they continue to do good things.
Thank you. Yeah, I share your opinion of their abilities, and that's a great way, that's a great idea as far as creating a structure to get that kind of feedback from them formally. What do you need to do your job?
Yeah.
And how can I do a better job of giving you those things? And I appreciate you saying, how can you do a better job? There may be some things where I come to you and say, hey, we like this. You guys did do a great job of supporting us as far as training already. We'll talk about that, but it's hard off the top of my head to think of anything that I've asked you for on behalf of the team that you guys have ever said no to. Nothing comes to mind. So I'm grateful for your support, but this would be a good way of formalizing that input. What do I want? What do I need? All right. Let's see here, we had handouts.
Need a set of copies?
Does everybody have their copies of the draft policies? The first one up was a draft education policy. And I didn't want you guys to get these ahead of time, partly because I wanted to frame them. Like I said this morning, this is not a draft that we're presenting to you for your consideration and adoption. This is simply an example, if you will, a sample to help get the discussion going. So I'm hoping to get some discussion from you. I've got 5 questions that I'm going to talk to you about related to this policy. I put together this sample from a number of different sources. Some is best practices from other plans around the country, but the number one source was my conversations with each of you. I talked with you, all of you except Wolf, earlier this year throughout this interim. Talked specifically about education and about attendance, about your feelings about those types of policies, and tried to put together a consensus of what I heard from you and reflect that as far as this sample policy. For some of you, that may mean if your personal opinion was outside the consensus, you might look at this and go, oh, let's talk about that. So with respect to the draft education policy, there's a couple of key purposes for formalizing this policy. You guys have already an unofficial practice, which is another thing I drew on. You've got, for lack of a better word, you've got a policy. It's just, it's not formalized. Now, we are in a new environment with you guys adopting the budget. We are in a new environment. We put together a budget package, for instance, related to education and submitted that. And one of the things we got pushback on from OFM was exactly this. And so having a formal policy that ties your educational goals to your fiduciary duties is something that would then help in explaining why this piece of our budget exists. Why are we educating you? Why is that a priority for the board? Okay. The other thing is if you have a new, on a practical level, when you have a new member to the board, like Wolf, and he says, hey, I'm interested in getting on the board, what am I getting into? What's going to be expected of me? Now, I didn't have that conversation with Wolf before he got on the board. In the past, prospective board members have reached out to me, or they've reached out to you guys. You know, maybe they reached out to Dennis and said, what would it mean if I were to get on the board? What's expected of me? If you've got a written formal policy, then it's clear, and you're going to get the same answer from everybody. You don't have to worry that Steve Nelson is saying, you better be there for every meeting because I'm tired of having to scramble to get a quorum. And somebody else is saying, well, I make it to about half the meetings. If you make it to half the meetings, that's probably going to be good. Okay? You know, just keeping it real. Now, on the other hand, same thing. In talking with you guys, for instance, getting to the some of the nuts and bolts of the policy, that was one of the things. You guys are all volunteers. You all have families, you all have jobs outside of what you do on the board. And so my, selfish interest in making sure everybody's there so that we've got a quorum and that you guys have a good discussion has to get weighed against all of the other responsibilities that you have, and only you guys can do that. Adopting a policy is a way of kind of you setting your, sharing your expectations with each other. You've done that formally, informally, to different extents over the past 15 years, but this is a way to put it in writing. Now, different levels, newer board members. We also tried to take into account the fact that for some of you, you've got 6-year terms. For some of you, you've got 2-year terms, the legislators. And some of you, you're filling out the end of a term. So we try to balance that. What we threw in here is the general consensus for legislators with 2-year terms. They're kind of on their own. Whatever they're capable, interested in doing, you're going to get education at board meetings and stuff, but anything outside of that formally, going to conferences, for instance, that's going to be up to them. As much as they want, you'll encourage and support, but you're not going to put requirements or demands on them. Similarly, if somebody's filling out the end of a term, you're going to not treat that the same as if they're beginning a brand-new 6-year term. All of you tended to, the idea that a 6-year term, that there were some reasonable expectations that after 6 years, you should have done some things. That was something that there was a pretty strong consensus on. And so what we put in here is some of the pre-approved programs that are out there for newer trustees through the International Foundation of Employee Benefit Plans or through NCPERS. Those are organizations that have been around forever. They're well respected by their peers. They monitor attendance, so to the extent that there's any outside, somebody's coming back saying, oh, well, that I noticed that conference was at a place that has great golfing. How do you know they were really getting education? Well, attendance is monitored. A lot of the programs like CAP certification, you have to take a test. So those types of programs that have independent accountability, that goes into that. So IFEBP, NCPERS, they've got great programs. That's not the only programs out there. And to the extent that there is something else that you learn about that you're interested in, the idea then is you can come to me and seek approval to go to something like that. We haven't had a lot of that for newer trustees in the past, and at the end of the policy, we gave kind of, how's Steve going to evaluate that? And here's the criteria that I'd be looking for. So for instance, does it have educational content? Does it have an attendance policy or a test or something like that associated with it, so that there's an objective evidence of the value of that conference? Where is the conference? Foundation of Employee Benefit Plans next year. Their annual conference is this weekend in San Diego. But a year from now, their annual conference is going to be in Honolulu. Now, if a trustee has never attended any kind of educational conference in 5 years, and all of a sudden they're like, hey, I'm ready to get educated now, send me to Honolulu. That'll be the kind of thing that I would take into consideration. I might remind them, IFEBP has very strict attendance. So they will tell me whether you were there or not. And the board in the past had a policy that if you didn't get the attendance certificate, you paid for the conference yourself. Now, that's not in this written policy that you see here today, but those are some of the kind of considerations that went in. Now, with that, I don't know, again, the questions. The idea, does that seem reasonable to you? So in your first 6-year term, we expect you to complete one of the entry-level programs from one of the accredited groups or something similar approved by me. You can, in addition to that, you can attend annual conferences and stuff like that, but we're talking about New Trustee Institute or CAP, which many of you have done, but not everybody. So in particular, those of you who have done it, if you feel that those programs are valuable and you feel that that's reasonable, now would be the time to say, yeah, okay, that makes sense for that part of the policy related to new trustees, that during that first 6-year term, we expect you to do CAP or new trustees.
When you say the term I think you use in here is complete an approved educational session.
Yeah.
So as a session, as an example, I'm looking at IFEBP right now, it says New Trustees Institute Level 1 Core Concept. Is that class, which is a 2-day class, is that considered a session?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
So if you did New Trustee
Right.
Institute, you would meet that requirement.
Okay.
If you went to an annual conference once during that 6 years, you'd probably still meet the minimum for that requirement. So annual conferences also count as an educational session. They're not tailored towards new trustees, but they do have broad educational stuff, including most of them have stuff that is, like IFEBP has a number of classes. They say, this is a class for newer trustees, this is a class for advanced trustees. NC PERS doesn't have quite the same catalog to choose from or menu to choose from, but they've got choices as well. But that's the idea, Dennis. And then if you're, seek out or you're appointed to a second term, then the expectation is that you would complete at least one of the intermediate or advanced programs that are out there. Trustee Masters Program, or they're listed there specifically. And then, the TMP Advanced Leadership Summit. And then we've got board members like Mark and Jeff who have been here more than 2 terms. Tim and I have talked, it's for advanced level trustees. There's the programs that are out there are, some aren't quite tailored to really advanced level trustees. And so we'd be happy to work with you individually to find out what, if you're interested in actuarial issues, come up with some stuff that allows you to focus on that. If you're looking to understand more about the investment piece, maybe, come up with some courses that can focus on a more advanced understanding of the finance pieces that go into, and we could do that. And if there aren't programs available from IFEBP and NC PERS, there's certainly programs out there from Harvard Business School, from Wharton School of Management, and other well-respected, peer-reviewed types of organizations that could meet your criteria. And then the ongoing stuff, the annual conference stuff, just staying on top of things, that's as much as you individually feel comfortable with, but the expectation is is fairly low. 1 per term, 1 in 6 years. That most of you have done much more than that. Historically, that hasn't been the case with board members. There's been some who did a term or did most of a term and never did anything. Part of so this policy is kind of recognizing the fact that, like I said, you've got jobs, you've got families, you've got other responsibilities besides the board. You are meeting your fiduciary requirements, all of you. Step 1 is, and Wolf's about to go through this, we've got a new trustee orientation that gets you up to speed so that you'll be able to participate and satisfy your fiduciary requirements in terms of participating on the board right away. Anything beyond that getting to where, that's what we're talking about in this policy, is how much more do you want to hold each other accountable to? That's sort of the sample that we put out there. That was sort of my feel for the consensus based on the discussions, is tailor it to take into account the fact that different board members had different levels of experience already. Ramp it up, if you will, as they become more experienced, and make it as flexible as possible.
Can I just add 2 comments?
Yeah.
Steve, so I would just echo what Steve had to say about Tor, by the way, AAG, you will hopefully know me for the board. I just echo Steve's comments and basically said that a solid educational policy is a really important piece of your fiduciary duties, and that you have a duty if you are not yourself educated, to seek the expertise of those who are experts in the field to help you come to the decisions that you need to make. But the only thing I'd say is that I'd just like to point out a couple of risks with the policy itself, right? Or not with this policy, but you don't want to set the standard so high that you don't meet it, right? Because then you don't want to create a compliance objective and then not get there. So having some flexibility built in like you do here is an important component. So it's just something to just point out as a risk factor. And then the second thing, I guess I just open up as a discussion matter for you guys, and this is completely unprompted, I haven't talked to Steve about this, is that you guys are a team, right? Is another way of looking at this, right? And to the extent that, you know, what's important is that as a group, you have this expertise in education, and so the goal is that the board as a whole is educated, right? And that's something that's really difficult to bake into a policy, but it's something to keep in the back of your minds, that you can, like Steve said, if you're more interested in one sort of area and someone else is interested in another area, that's great. That's actually beneficial for everyone. So anyway, those were my thoughts just to add to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Tor. Dennis?
I kind of made a little note because I like what you put together. The only thing, and I'll follow what Tor said there, is we used the word will a couple different times. And you started off by saying that, you know, most of us are volunteering our time or have
Yep.
stepped forward. I like the word should.
Okay.
I think that word to me says there's an expectation that you should be involved, you step forward there. But I'm not sure if they don't, I'm not sure what
Yeah.
our ramifications
Okay,
are.
and that's a great point. So there are no consequences in here for failing to meet the expectations. And that's why, because of that, I made the expectations maybe a little bit harder in terms of saying, yeah, we expect you to go to one. Now, there's no consequences if you don't, but if we say, well, you probably should go to one and there's no consequences, then that seemed maybe even softer. But that's a great point, and that's the kind of discussion that I was hoping to generate with this, because the idea would be we bring you back a draft policy based on your feedback today. We take this, formalize it, and bring it back to you guys to adopt in November or December.
Steve, just comment on that, though. Early on, we talked about director's liability and systemic indemnification, is allowed within statute. That's probably, having a will there doesn't have a consequence per se within the system, but it might have something to do with you being reappointed to the position should throughout the total course of a first appointment, that your first term, that you don't accomplish this. And,
Yeah.
and from a director's liability aspect, something like that actually makes a little bit more sense, because it's not a personal issue. It's just all of a sudden it's like you're not going to make the effort. We're going to move on. And the other part is some of the standards you're setting in here are I don't know if it's just a typo or not, but the first level, a new trustees requirement includes the trustees master's program. I thought there was a.
No, that's a sample.
Okay, I was gonna say,
Okay.
because there's prereqs for that, and actually you'd have to
Yes.
be 5 years on to actually
Yeah,
qualify.
that's exactly right.
All right.
So it's in there as an example of the type of thing that would be pre-approved.
But not to nitpick, I'm just talking about creating
Yeah.
expectations. The first level, you're trying to create an expectation for and impose its requirement. And it's kind of a whiny statement. I can't think of anywhere else that you'd have board members address a system of $13 billion and not have a level of proficiency. And we're beyond a policy board here. We actually have some actionable issues out there, rate setting and rate of return and contribution. I mean, there ought to be some standards out there for people to participate here.
I would say that having those standards out there would have been helpful to some past board members, because we've had past board members who said, listen, I need to get off this board because the stuff that you're doing is beyond my capabilities. I didn't realize what you did when I got on the board, and I can't do this. I've tried for a year, I've tried for 2 years, and it isn't happening. I need to step aside and let somebody else do this. So yes, both in terms of the overall discussion and it helps when all of you guys, like today, you had a very in-depth, educated, robust discussion about a difficult topic only because of the qualifications that you guys have had that allowed you to have that kind of discussion. That's you. The more education, the more you know about what you talk about, the more often you're going to have those types of discussions about topics to the betterment of everybody. No, just to be clear, so for new trustees, it's like one education session your first 6 years. And that education session could be an annual conference. Theoretically, it could be trustee masters, but the idea that the only thing they do in their first 6 years is trustee masters, highly unlikely. But if they did, they'd meet the requirement. That's why that one was in there. Yeah, Wolf.
Have you all researched online or WebEx alternatives or learning channels that meet some of these needs?
Yeah,
They're emerging pretty quickly in other fields, so.
we did put in a piece at the end of the policy, so if there's interest in particular topics, like for instance, say you don't want to go to a conference, but Steve, there is an WebEx presentation on this actuarial principles that I'd like to watch, but it costs $50. Boom, we'll pay for that. And that's in there. There's not quite as much of that out there right today as I think there will be in the future. The educational market for pension stuff still seems to be dominated by the annual conference kind of model. The professional organizations that have an annual conference and then maybe one more targeted conference or some specific classes for a targeted group like new trustees or master trustees or administrators. That's where most of it is, outside of the board meeting education that you'll get from people coming to the board meetings. Yeah. Ade.
I just would like to sign up to what Dennis said regarding using the word will,
Uh-huh.
or either you shall or you should recommend it, because I think a lot of people will still be able to function and be able to participate very, very well without some of these classes. So I just hate to discourage younger people that may have families that cannot be able to get away from being part of this. Because if it becomes, you will, when people have families, young children, for them to be gone for a while, it becomes a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, that's an excellent point.
So,
I think we'll incorporate
I'm
that.
not one of them, but.
No, but,
Yeah, me both.
but we'll incorporate that feedback into the draft policy that we bring back to you. I think that, and then and then you'll be able to have a discussion again before you adopt anything about what's more appropriate, will versus should, or shall versus,
Right.
recommended. All right, any more questions about the education policy? All right, then we're going to jump into the one that's really been fun over the past several years, the attendance policy. This is one most of you know. I am an instructor for the Trustee Masters Program for the International Foundation of Employee Benefit Plans. And
Was that just
so-
one of the classes that you suggested we all take? Just curious.
Yeah. Yes, it was.
Okay.
Yes, I can.
Seems like a conflict there,
Yeah,
Steve.
yeah.
Yeah.
You know, we could.
Well, I'm one.
We could cure this like in the next board.
Yeah, I'm one of 8 instructors.
I bet you'll be in Honolulu.
I'm telling you, boy, I am going to do my best this weekend because I'll be teaching trustee masters this upcoming weekend. The pressure is on because if I screw up and get fired after this weekend, I'm not sure how my wife is going to react when she finds out I'm not going to be instructing in Honolulu a year from now. But
Just remember, when we drafted the SAM manual, the State Accounting and Administrative Manual has all travel conditions in it. We called trips to Vancouver, BC, domestic, Portland and Coeur d'Alene in-state, and Honolulu international.
yeah. Yeah. And that.
Palm tree test.
Yeah, no, and we've talked about it, I've thought about it, it's like, oh, I wonder, and just, I wonder how many people are gonna be. It's a great program from a pure fiscal standpoint. It's actually, the flights are cheaper and the hotels are cheaper than most of the other places we go to, but it does have a perception associated with it. I heard a great presentation from the mayor of Honolulu complaining about that, about how actually fiscally responsible trips there are, but people are reluctant because they're worried about the perceptions. But anybody, that is one of the pre-approved things. So those of you who want to take advantage of the Foundation's annual conference education program next year, I'm not going to say no. I talked about that with Tim. It's been, IFEBP's been one of the pre-approved groups for 15 years, and I'm not going to say, now that it's someplace really nice, it's not pre-approved anymore, especially since, yeah, I'll be instructing and I will be going unless I screw up. All right. Now, attendance has been something that as a board you've talked about. I talked a little bit about this with Wolf before the meeting today, about some of the history. In talking with all of you, the attendance, what you saw as an attendance issue was not so much the typical type of stuff that comes around where, I'm able to make it to half the meetings. That's okay. What the issue has been, you don't show up to any meetings. And that is the issue that you were most concerned about addressing in a policy. To a secondary issue, you don't tell the team whether or not you're actually going to make it to the meeting. We send out, Jesse and Jessica do a great job of reaching out multiple times every month and trying to get the answer to that. And so we make it very, in my mind, getting a response is a reasonable ask. And so that we know ahead of time who to expect and who not to expect. So at the start of this meeting, I was able to tell you, we got 2 more board members on the road, but we're going to get started anyway, as opposed to, we got 2 board members that aren't here, and I don't know whether they're coming or not. It's a very different dynamic for managing a meeting when we know who to expect and who we know is not going to be there. With that, the other piece is we have meetings, Wolf, during session, but they're electronic. We almost never have a quorum. They're not business meetings. They're more, here's what's going on with the legislature, here's what's going on administratively with the office, and they're informational. The expectation for those is if you want the information and you're able to check in, great. but there's no requirement whatsoever that you participate in any of those.
We follow that pattern of the treasurer's office for a couple of our groups as well.
Yeah.
I have everybody show up.
Yeah.
To a crowded building in the worst time of year and the hardest weather,
Yes.
to meet for a short time and then leave. Yeah.
Yeah. So then, once session's over and we get to then what in the policies referred to as regular board meetings, the the goal, but not the shall, but the hope is that you'd make it to half of them. But the one piece that's in there that's a little bit meatier than that is notification. You need to tell us every month whether or not you're going to be there. Now, that being said, the only consequence is if you go 3 straight months without showing up and without even telling us whether you're going to show up or not, 3 straight months, then we sick Dennis on you. We'll have the chair reach out. Now, I love the piece about this. We assume that the chair will be any more successful reaching you than we are. And historically, for instance, right now, when the governor's office, for instance, has reached out to board members who were not showing up, they didn't have any better luck hearing back from the board members than we did. So, but that's in there, and then but that then would be the report. The chair would report back and say, hey, I tried to reach out to them too, and I know what they're talking about. I didn't get a response I left voicemail or I left email, and I didn't get any response either.
You know, this is soft policy. I mean, it really is. When you're talking about excused absences, all they do is notify an unexpected. It doesn't, give a hard criteria for why you can't be there.
Yeah.
And 50%, qualifies you as your golden status kind of thing. All well and fine. So see somebody does goof off and Dennis can't hunt them down and corral them kind of thing after you do. I love the final line. The board will decide what actions, if any, to take regarding the board members' attendance. Kim Tanaka used to be tenacious back in the day, and she'd actually go to the process of making sure that somebody was unappointed.
Yes.
At that point when they were not performing, not responsive.
Yes.
Can you touch it?
That-
Is there any
so
continuum-
that's-
is there any continuum of remedies out there other than
Yeah.
killing somebody?
No, and that's actually part of what we were thinking about. So for instance, with respect to the most recent vacancy that we had on the board, where we had a board member, King County, budget director, was not able to attend any of the board meetings because the King County budget meetings were on the same day as ours. Okay? So there was a conflict, totally reasonable, totally understandable why, as King County budget director, he prioritized the King County budget meetings above the left 2 board. Now, what as the team, what was expected of us? So we're getting questions, from the governor's office, and we had no guidance. We had nothing to do. This policy now would be the kind of thing we'd say, hey, let's talk to the Association of Counties and say, you need to appoint somebody who doesn't have a conflict so that they can actually attend. There was maybe there was a hope when he was appointed to the board that the board schedule would be able to be adjusted so that he'd be able to do both, and that didn't work out. Whatever the reason for that, once it became clear that there was this conflict and it wasn't going to be resolved, maybe that's the response. But it needs to be a board action. Anytime Steve or the board team is involved, or even the perception that we're involved in who is or is not on the board, that is over the line, in my opinion. We're here to support you, not to evaluate you or provide opinions to the governor's office if we think you're a good board member or not. That is not our role at all. You are recommended by your organizations, and you're appointed by the governor. And so they are the ones who need to make those decisions. What we do now and what's in the policy is simply keep track of attendance, put it in the minutes, and those minutes are available on the website. And to the extent that we get a request from an organization or from the governor's office about somebody's attendance, we'll respond to that.
Well, actually, Steve, I think if we do a good job with this policy, actually, we could do more than that. Because if we're able to share this policy with the governor's office or with some of these associations, that will be part of the things that they will analyze before they appoint someone.
Yes.
So, but I was thinking that maybe those meetings that we need to have where we have to make decisions when the legislators are out of session, maybe we need to identify that and say, well, this month, we expect 6 out of 7 attendance, unless it's excused, because those are the critical meeting dates that we need the quorum, and we need the discussion, and we need to reach a decision. All the other ones, based on what we've done and what you're saying, people can call in, and if they're able to call in and say, oh, I won't be able to attend, it's okay. But we need the body, we need to be able to make a quorum to make decisions. So simply because you call in still doesn't do no good. I mean, if we can't have a quorum because people call in, from my perspective, it's still not good. So for those particular months, I think we need quorum, and we need people to make every reasonable effort to be able to attend. All the other months, I don't know, just my own 2 cents. I mean, people are not able to attend it and they call in, that's all good. But if we're expecting to make a decision, so yeah, people call in, that means we still can make decision. And based on your, some of your explanation is to be able to facilitate, is to be able to make sure that we're able to move on. That is why we're keeping attendance.
Yeah, and then appointing, and this has come up in the past too. We had, back in the early days of the board, we had a board member who sought reappointment, and it was pointed out that you didn't come to any of the meetings, so you're not being reappointed. And that was, that made sense. So having a track record or a record of attendance, that's one of the times then when it would be kind of evaluated, both by the organizations that recommend you and by the governor's office before they do the reappointment. To your point, Ade, I try, like earlier today with Wolf. In my opinion, Wolf, these are the 3 meetings out of the rest of them that are probably the most important. The ones where you're adopting rates, December where you're recommending legislation, and the strategic planning meeting that you're having today. If you can only make 3, make those. Now, that doesn't mean that you'll be able to, and life interrupts. Jason got ill today. He planned on being here and then was unable to be. So you don't want that to, Jason's a great board member. He participates, he takes a leadership role. So you don't want something like that to be any kind of, now, if somebody calls in sick, the board member who didn't show up for the entire year, would it have made a difference if they had called in sick every month as opposed to just not showing up and not calling? No, probably not. But that would be what this policy does is it does kind of shift it back to you. So for instance, now, it would be you guys saying, yeah, I need to contact the Association of Counties. I need to, or we need to send a letter to the governor saying, we've got a board member who hasn't shown up in 7 meetings in a row, and we can't get a hold of them. Will you try to get a hold of them, and if you can't, can you replace them? Maybe that's what you decide. Maybe that's what, an example of how that last sentence would play out in real life. No criticism, no blame. Nobody seeks appointment on this board with the express intention of never showing up. But I don't believe, it's just life intervenes, or things that you hope for don't end up happening, and that's the way it works out. Mark?
I'd hope everybody who gets appointed to the board has a personal interest and a professional interest and internalizes the values of coming to these meetings. And even if it's not specifically for those days where there's important, from my perspective, they're all important.
Yeah.
There's a lot of information that gets passed around that you need to be able to reference and share information with other board members to make those decisions.
Yeah. No, and Mark, so for instance, when I talk about, the only reason I pick those days,
Yeah.
if we don't have a quorum when the month that you guys are supposed to adopt rates, that ain't good. That probably means we're going to have a special meeting because you need to adopt rates by a certain date in statute. And if you guys can't all show up on Wednesday, we'll be calling a special meeting for Thursday or whatever to get a quorum. Similarly, in December, when it comes time to recommend legislation, the select committee went through this last year. They had their December meeting, and they were getting ready to recommend what their proposals were for the upcoming session, and they didn't have a quorum. So some of those none of those proposals that they were considering were able to move forward with a select committee endorsement. We haven't had that same experience on the board, but many of you know it's up, sometimes it's been, I don't know, 10 minutes before the board meeting starts, you come to me and you say, are we going to have a quorum? And I say, I don't know. So that's the kind of thing that we're hoping that this policy will help avoid in the future. And again, I think there's a lot, it's more permissive, but I think having this policy will help. If nothing else, I think it'll help attendance, honestly. None of you guys none of you guys have an attendance problem. Honestly, now that Wolf's here, I don't think we have any board members. We've got one vacant spot now with the Senate that needs to be filled. But I think you've got a good core of people, just like you described, Mark, that are committed and have a genuine interest in it. And so a lot of these problems are going to go away. When you've got vacant positions and you've got maybe 1 or 2 of the non-vacant positions that for whatever reason can't make it month after month, that's where you run into the kind of problems where we've been having, where now if just 1 or 2 of your regulars can't make it because, I don't know, there was a bomb message phoned into the school that they work at, and they've got to actually deal with that as opposed to the board meeting. That's happened. Those are the kind of things that I think will be less, the quorum problems will go away. So we won't have to worry about those kind of things. I mean, you guys will remember the meeting where Jason came in. We had the big accident down on I-5, and he came in covered in flour and diesel fuel because he'd been responding to the accident on I-5 and then came to the board meeting afterwards. You guys are committed board members is what I'm talking about. You come from all across the state to be here. Communication with all of you is regular and good. And so I think formalizing it in this way. You'll just deal with it. Dennis gets a little bit of extra work in this policy to the extent that there's a problem, but we'll be able to, he'll have you guys directing him what to do.
I'm taking that day with me.
Yeah, there you go.
My man, my crush.
Are any other questions about anything in here? Same kind of idea. We'd formalize this and bring it back to you for adoption in November or December. All right. How are we doing time-wise? Are we back on track?
We're ahead of schedule, Steve.
Woo-hoo! You guys are good. We had one more discussion topic, and then we're going to give you sort of the draft calendar in the interest of approving attendance. One of the things that we do is give you the draft calendar ahead of time, let you review your own personal calendars, and then the calendar will be adopted. We'll have a discussion on it in November, so to the extent that you have conflicts, you can bring them up at the November board meeting. And you'll go through them at the November meeting, and then you won't adopt the calendar until probably December, unless you're ready to go and adopt it in November. That's the plan on there. So for today, take the draft back with you, compare it to what you've got going on, flag any conflicts that you know about, and then you can we can either adjust the schedule or not, but and then you'll be able to at least let us know, hey, I'm gone in December of 2020. We'll know some of that stuff ahead of time.
This is really helpful, but the only two things I see on here, not me personally, but just in terms of logistics, the 25th of November and the 23rd of December. For anybody flying, 23rd of December is about the highest priced day on earth. to
Yeah.
fly, and crowding into Christmas, and the 25th of November being the day before Thanksgiving. I-5 is like a D-Day reenactment all day long that day.
Yeah.
It's like-
might not be here next week.
No, yeah. Historically, what we do, those,
Move those a week
Yes.
earlier.
yes, that's what we've done.
Yeah.
The fourth Wednesday in November and the fourth Wednesday in December have always resulted in conflicts, and usually that's been resolved by moving it up a week.
Yeah, if it was the 18th and 16th, you'd step around all of that.
Yeah, and that's probably what you'll end up doing again in November at your next meeting, is my guess. Part of it is, too, what's available from the SIB, when we can get their boardroom and stuff. But we'll have all of that ready for that, just this type of discussion at your next meeting in November. Okay. Now, the final discussion topic, don't get too much sugar, Dennis, where you crash. All right.
Well, I knew you were going to keep talking. I better get some.
Get some coffee too, then. All right, because the final discussion topic has to do with the benefit improvement account. Wolf, I'm not sure how much he knows about this, so some of this will be repetition for you guys, but when Wolf gets back, I want to make sure. So we've got $320 million in the benefit improvement account, earning interest, or earning whatever the SIB earns. The question has been, what's going to happen to that? The legislature will be looking for a board recommendation. That doesn't mean that they wouldn't move without it, but that's one of the things they'd be looking for, is a recommendation from you on what you suggest doing with that. There's no expectation to do anything this upcoming session. I think pretty much everybody was expecting when the bill passed last year, that this would be more likely for the 2021 session than the 2020 session. And the discussion has now gone out to all the different stakeholder groups. So, Wolf, there was a bill earlier this year to move 300 million, and there was already 16 plus in there. The board has been talking about what to do with that. At the last couple of board meetings, we've talked about different possible goals, trying to get them, if you just look at it from a kind of a menu perspective, should we do a 2.25 multiplier for years 15 through 25, or should we lower the final average salary period from 60 months to 55 months? It would be overwhelming. So the discussion up to now has been kind of, what are your goals? Do you want to use this for a benefit that is going to maybe help retain current employees? That might be something that would be of interest to the employers. The funding of the benefit improvement account originally had been expected to come from the general fund, and it didn't happen that way. As Mark said, the legislature graciously allowed you to use your own money to improve benefits. But the fact is, that money came from all of you, came from member contributions, employer contributions, state contributions. And so all of a sudden, maybe existing or past members who had no expectation from the benefit improvement account, they thought that was something that's going to be funded for the next 30 years. Now all of a sudden, they're looking at it going, well, that's some of my money. And even if I'm retired, Mark said earlier he didn't have any expectations, but I can tell you right now, there are some retired guys out there who do have some expectations. That discussion has moved to the stakeholder groups. I can't say that I'm aware of any discussion that's taken place at the employer stakeholder groups with the Association of Counties or Cities about what, if anything, your organizations would like to see done with the benefit improvement account. There was opposition from AWC and from Association of Counties during session to the bill, and maybe that's part of it, or maybe it's just you got a lot of other things on your mind besides what to do with that. But I do know
one of the initial concern is what would be the future cost if we were to mess with the multiplier. So for one-time money, and you change the multiplier, you're gonna exceed that one-time money funding. That is one of the concerns, even though, yes, there's no number to throw out to say this is what it will be, but if you change the multiplier, that means the new people that are coming in now will benefit from that new multiplier, and that put pressure on the future cost.
Yeah, the only thing more fun for the legislative budget writers than making the pension fund pay for it itself the first time is finding a way to make local government employers pay for it on an ongoing basis after the pension fund pays for it the first time. That concern is, I think, valid and worth dwelling on as to what it is it's done and how we obligate ourselves to support it going forward. Just what does it mean?
And that's a legit concern. And there are, if to the extent that the benefit is a defined benefit improvement, some of that risk is unavoidable. I've used the example, you can use one-time money to buy a defined benefit improvement. The actuary uses a lot of times a house as an analogy for a pension plan. Most of us buy houses with a mortgage, and we pay for it every month, just like you pay for your pension benefits every month in contributions. But wanted to buy a $300,000 house and you happened to have $300,000 in cash, you could buy it without a mortgage. It's the same thing with the DB improvement. The actuary can tell us what the cost in today's dollars of a DB improvement is, and if you've got that much in cash, you can pay for it. Now, that present-day cost of a DB improvement, though, is based on all those assumptions being met. And so if investment returns don't turn out to be 7.4, then there is the potential that there would be future costs that would emerge for employers. On the other hand, there are benefit improvements that don't have any these would be non-defined benefit type improvements. You give cash. You give everybody $15,000 in cash, for instance, you don't have to worry about any future, there's no bow wave. That's a one-time thing and it's over and done with. Though that's a way, an example of a way to manage that kind of concern over future costs. It may not have any recruitment or retention advantages, and so there'd be pros and cons from the employer perspective. And there's mechanical issues that would have to be worked through. But where things sit now is what I wanted to give you the update. So Dennis mentioned earlier, AJ talked about, all the labor groups partnered together and did a survey, all three law enforcement groups and the fire. Emailed out to everybody that they could reach. State Council of Fire represents all professional firefighters in the state. I don't know that they have email addresses for all of them, but they represent them all. On the law enforcement side, it's a little bit trickier. There's 3 different groups. Some of them, some members belong to more than one group. Some members out there don't belong to any of them. Reaching them on the law enforcement side is a little bit trickier, and for justifiable reasons. There's a lot of privacy concerns among law enforcement officers. They don't like their addresses or even their email addresses getting out there. They may not even feel comfortable sharing it with their own organizations. But out of the 18,000 active members, out of the 15,000 emails went out, as I understand it, and 3,000 replies came back. The labor groups are sorting through that at this point in time to kind of get an idea of, I got a chance to see the questions that were asked. They had to do with things like, how would you like to see this money spent in a high-level sense to start, perhaps, like for instance, how big a concern is it among members or among retired members, whether they're included or not? Is that a game changer? The fact that the money came from the pension fund as opposed to the general fund, is that like a game changer in terms of how that account is viewed? And they're sorting through that information now. My general understanding, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, is that it's not a clear, whatever the survey says, that's what we're going to propose, or that's what we're going to bring to the board, but it's going to be more informational for the leadership of those organizations, and they're all talking amongst themselves, trying to reach consensus about, is there maybe a narrower set, 3, 4, 2 options that would seem to make sense, and then they bring those to the board for your consideration and for us to do some of, say, the policy background work or the pricing of those to make sure that they fit within the budget. You've got to, I use the example of the, Cheesecake Factory menu. You know what the budget is, so immediately let's eliminate some of the items that you can't afford. And that we've heard from members all right away, for instance, who said, oh yeah, I think you should use that money for a 3% multiplier. That's not on the menu. But that may get to AJ's point earlier. There's members, we've done pricing going back over 10 years on the board to help educate and manage stakeholder expectations, member expectations about what kind of benefit improvements are reasonable to even think about. And a 3% multiplier has never been on the reasonable list. But there are plenty of people out there that still see that as, in their mind, that's the goal.
Is it part of things to consider? I think like one of the points Mark mentioned was, which I, totally right. If somebody, instead of waiting till 62 or 65, need to retire at 60, if some of this money can be put into some kind of a deferred comp. I don't know, maybe if it was me, I've put in 10 years and everybody get 5,000 per year or whatever, and that 50,000 sitting out there earning interest. So if I choose to retire at the age of 52, it's something that I can draw on, which will help. I mean, it will not solve, but it will help solve the issue of need to have early retirement, because it is really, I mean, I attempted to carry one of those water hoses, and I was breathing really hard, So, I mean, for somebody to carry that for 30 years can really be a strain. So, a way to help, they need to, there's some
Yeah.
way out.
Yeah, and I don't want to get out in front of options, but that is one of the things that I was asked about. And so I make, cash as a, what do you do? Well, under federal law, you can't pay people while they're still working out of the pension plan. But you could transfer money into another approved account, deferred comp, which almost all Left Plan 2 members have, would be approved. It might be challenging to do a transfer to existing deferred comp accounts and figuring out, there's 600 different left employers, which 600 different deferred comp plans are out there, but the state has a deferred comp account, so maybe one of the solutions that we bring forward as an option was set up a deferred comp account for all 18,000 active Left Plan 2 members, and you drop a dollar amount in there, and then they manage it for their career. If they're close to retirement, they're going to get it soon. If they're 30 years away from retirement, they get it then. They can draw it out and manage their tax hit. They can roll it over and purchase an annuity or service credit out of Left Plan 2. So to the extent that they want to convert it into a defined benefit, they can. That as an option for managing future costs and stuff, I can see there's a lot of potential benefits. Again, it doesn't do anything for future Left 2 members, guys who aren't hired today, so that's a drawback. It's not going to have anything to do with recruitment or retention, particularly payments to retirees. You're not recruiting them and you're not retaining them. They're already gone. And they wouldn't, a deferred comp account probably wouldn't be an option for them. You have to be an employee, so we might not be able to set up deferred comp accounts, but maybe they get a 13th check.
And I think, yes, it may not help with the recruitment, but again, going back to Mark's comment, it's the money of the people that pay for it. So it makes sense for people that pay for it to get the benefit. It's not, so if we want to be able to recruit more people, well, maybe we need to come up with a new plan that will fund it 200%, I don't know. So, but the people that pay for it, that contributed money into this, deserve to have that benefit.
Yeah, that, probably that practical discussion about actual benefit proposals and the pricing and the policy pros and cons, I would expect that that's going to be on your agenda for next interim.
Is there do you guys have a menu of options that you would think, maybe something more like Old Spaghetti Factory?
Yeah, right now, no. So for me personally, what we're waiting, what the staff here, the team here is waiting, is to hear from you guys. What is it that you know, for instance, at the last couple of board meetings, we've talked about goals. One of those goals was fairness. You want whatever benefit is paid for out of this, it needs to be fair. Well, fair can mean a couple of different things, but if that's the option that you guys have landed on, it's got to be fair. Then we can come up with an Old Spaghetti Factory type menu for you. But the next step is more hearing from you where your goals are. If you say, no, our goal is we want to focus on the future hires. We want to make a permanent improvement in Left Plan 2. We want to get the most bang for our buck with the idea of it may not apply to most of us, but it'll apply to the guys that are getting hired. Then we'll have a completely different Old Spaghetti Factory kind of menu for you of options that meet that goal. But we haven't done any work on any kind of menu until we figure out kind of what your appetite is.
Yeah, for me personally, I think that we need to do something where everybody gets something. They don't all have to get the same thing, but you're gonna have to give something to the people that have paid in for 35 years, and it's probably a good idea to set something up for the people that come after us too.
Yeah, that would be more in line with the fairness goal that was out there. And if that's where you guys end up landing, yeah, then we'll come up with some DB, some cash options, some different kind of things that might, or a combination maybe thereof, not to get too, because we haven't done any work, but we'd be able to come up, my hope is that by sometime maybe during session, but before the start of next interim, you guys would have some kind of consensus about what approach you want to take, so that then next interim, we could get going on that.
To help guide this, do we have a legal analysis from staff here or others, or from the legislative process that would speak to the boundaries on how these funds could be used, considering their source, and other constraints considering
No.
what we would be trying to do?
No.
Would that be helpful to have at least a boundary discussion first?
That will be a part of it, but again, part of it is, at this point in time, we're kind of waiting for the general.
Got that?
Yeah.
I'm just thinking chicken, egg, and
No.
almost say, start with the chicken.
Could be.
Start somewhere, because, to have a long discussion evolve about something that's outside a legal boundary that is headed toward a high risk of being litigated.
Well, and
That might just be the wrong path to consider.
Yeah.
And
No,
create
that's-
expectations that can't be met.
that's fair. That's fair. I think we've got Jacobs, an attorney, we've got Tor from the AG's office. I've got my legal background. We've got a fairly good general idea of what is going to be out of bounds for sure.
Yeah.
We've got an idea like, I don't think you can do that for retirees, like I said earlier, of some things that are probably going to set up, those are going to be problematic. And then once we get to where we start analyzing some options, the legal piece will come definitely.
Maybe you can give us a little grayscale on that
Uh-huh.
going in.
Yeah.
So we kind of know how to think about it.
Yeah. That's good. Okay.
I think that'd be helpful.
Okay.
I think it helpful, I mean, down the road too, as we looked at those charts going further out, as we decide what we want to do, if there are certain things that we can't do, then there's
Yeah.
no sense pursuing it. However, if we get a decision, comes back and it allows us maybe a little bit more flexibility, maybe we can do more.
Yeah, well, one of the things, I will say this, I hadn't seen the presentation that Lisa and Mitch did until today, and it was very enlightening. And from me, from a staff perspective, trying to anticipate the kind of questions you're going to have and the kind of analysis you're going to need from us to support your future deliberations, I'm like, holy moly. Okay, there's a lot there. And so, for instance, Dennis, I wrote down some chicken scratch notes. I can think of 8 different things off the top of my head that you could do. Some would be clearly 100% legal, and some would be, we'd have to kind of sort through exactly how to make that would work to make sure it's legal. But yeah, this is going to be, even what's clear is, even if you meet your goal of adopting a funding policy by December of this year, that's just the start of the work. It seems fairly clear that whatever policy you adopt is going to require some immediate implementation or work on what the options are. So for instance, you're at 108% now. Even if you adopted a policy that said the upper boundary is 110%, you can see you're going to be hitting that so quickly, by 2020 or 2024 under their stuff, that we'll immediately be working on coming back with you about what the options would look like under that, to implement that. Historically, if you look at plans around the country, you either lower rates or you improve benefits. That's how they always manage surpluses, for lack of a better word. You guys have done so much work. There's a lot more that you could, there's a lot more options on the table. And a combination, you talked about meeting you in the middle or whatever. The combination of those options is certainly, there's all kinds of things that could end up being talked about. And I'm sure one way or another will be talked about next interim. As I'm thinking of my interim work plan, listening to that presentation, I was making notes going, I'm going to have to do this and this and this and this. There was a lot of stuff that was clearly going to need more work. It hadn't even been thought about. Mitch and Lisa, totally surprised them. For instance, I'll tell you this, they didn't say this, but you guys had talked last year about having some mathematical boundaries about, to set where those corridors would be. Some kind of mathematical justification for why that. And so I had thrown out, 100%, you have 50-50 chance of being above or below based on whether you hit your assumptions or not. All the assumptions are hit at 50-50. Just theoretically, what would it look like? What kind of funded ratio would get you to 55-45? Thinking of, it's okay. And then they came back and they said, oh my God, you're already at 65. I'm like, holy, they had no idea. I had no idea. That's a good place to be. But I think all of you today, even if it's a good place to be, recognize that it's going to come with some associated challenges on how you manage it. Whether that's fear of being a target, or whether it's, is it, get to the point where now it's creating issues of generational, we're paying more today than we should, and that's not fair to today's taxpayers? All of those kind of questions, I think, are kind of going to get fleshed out in greater detail, particularly over the next interim. We'll have this funding policy topic on the agenda for the next 2 months. And Ade, to your point, we'll make sure that, particularly in November, that we've got enough time for a work session around it. So to the extent that you guys at your November meeting or will come in ready to engage in the same kind of discussion that you had today, we'll allow ample time for it. And then, again, I think depending on how things go in November, you could potentially then have a policy to adopt in December, going into session. I will say, I haven't heard anything that causes me any concern yet about pushback, about people coming after you this next session, coming after your rates, coming after the money. I hadn't heard that last session either, though, and the next thing you know, there was a benefit improvement account bill with $300 million, so, those things can come up unexpectedly.
Short session, though, supplemental year with money on the table from other sources, probably not.
Yes.
Probably not.
Yes, and because of the elections, both parties and both chambers are right now all saying the same thing. They're looking for a short, take care of business, get out kind of a session. Those of you who've been around long enough know you've heard that before, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't.
Steve, for everybody to understand, just hall talk, just casual gossip, nothing more to qualify this. But the threat's probably going to come out of the Republican caucus in the House if there is any attempt to manipulate funds, and that's a broad stroke statement out there.
Yeah, okay.
So we understand where to apply the pressure if you see this start to rise again. Also, something else that would help, as long as you're drawing continuums out there, and we're going to run kind of a corridor of what's realistic. Managing expectations has been our biggest chore with members since day one. I mean, it just that's been the issue out there. If we actually had a price point continuum for everything from a 4-point multiplier to, bring it all the way down here and show the things that are within the quarter of what this dollar amount can buy, so that, and if we did that on a one-pager, that way, if that was mailed out, we would manage the conversation, manage expectations before all these things got out of control, the rumors started. We'd frame the issue.
Maybe something that's scalable, like a percentage-wise,
Exactly.
scalable, that we can see the actual.
Yes, and, okay, and this is just, there's no actuaries in the room? None of this is in writing?
Right.
Okay, but, so for instance, I have talked about some of this stuff in the past, and one of the things that occurred to me over the last couple of days, that in terms of managing expectations, I've been going to conferences and people be saying, oh, we want this. Well, that's going to be $1 billion. Where are you going to come up with $1 billion? Okay, just high-level numbers now. When they say you're 108% funded, that means you have about $900 million more than what the actuaries think that you need. When they say you've got good experience that you haven't recognized yet, what they're saying is you've got about another $700 million in deferred gains. And you've got $320 million in the benefit improvement account. All of a sudden, I don't want to put any of that out there, because now all of a sudden, I don't want to create expectations for you guys where all of a sudden your membership's going to you saying, well, there you go get it. Because that it's not up to you, it's up to the legislature. And
Steve, I want to be sitting in the Ways and Means conference room the day after you put that out.
yeah, exactly, it would be,
It'd be entertaining.
And-
Wear comfortable shoes, bring a lunch.
yeah, and I think to some extent it creates an existential threat for the board.
You're talking about total package. Talking points are usually one-dimensional.
Yeah.
Just hit the dollar amounts on these, not the source of the funds.
Yeah.
We're talking about selling a car, not talking about negotiating
Yes.
price or financing.
Now, theoretically, like, so throwing out some specific ideas. One idea that's been talked about in the past is increasing the multiplier from years 16 to 25, okay? Each 0.1% that you do that is about 140, 150 million. So for instance,
That's
if you.
prospectively.
Yes, prospective only,
Yeah.
but yes, if you wanted to say, we're going to increase that prospectively only so that you get a 3% multiplier, well, there you go, that's 1.5 billion. Now, maybe 1.5 billion, even with all the numbers I threw out there, is not realistic. But what if you cut that in half and went to a 2.5 multiplier? Is 750 million reasonable if you've already got 320 in the benefit improvement account? Is it possible to maybe get the legislature to buy into another 400 and plus million? What's in it for them? Rate holidays, you know, they're going to be looking at some of those charts going, tell me again, Lisa, about that rate holiday that you.
How I could do that?
You meant,
Right.
this is,
Yeah, you're kind of,
Yeah.
yeah, in attempting to control the conversation, you end up
Oh, yeah.
inducing
yes.
conversations.
So some of this stuff that you guys are talking
Actually been in
about,
caucus during these conversations?
I've been-
the
Been in caucus
scalability,
During these conversations?
you know, these
Yeah.
types of, I literally, I was losing some sleep about it last night, because part of it is, I've got to be very careful now what I say, where I say it, what I put in writing, what the staff puts in writing on some of these things. The pricing is already out there. It's out there. Now, most of the pricing that we've done has been in the context of rate increases. We haven't done the calculation of what's the present day value. That's the new piece that's come into play with the benefit improvement account. That is the piece now that I think is going to perhaps be challenging to manage expectations, because now I think some things that were off the table in the past are either now on the table or they're close enough to being on the table. For instance, we just talked about that DB improvement, but that's prospective only. So all of a sudden, the discussion that you heard earlier about the benefit improvement account, there's a general consensus that maybe the retirees should get some of that. A prospective only DB improvement doesn't do that. So to the extent that all the young guys now have an expectation, go for that multiplier increase, you could end up disappointing
We're
them.
never going to be able to balance
Yeah.
everything for everybody. You know, the
Yeah.
generational equity is a concept at a moment in time. That's,
Yeah, but I'm giving you guys this high-level heads up now that this is going to be a challenging topic. The funded status of the board, particularly the funded status of the board with respect to potential benefit improvements and the benefit improvement account, all of that's going to get mixed up over the next, not this session, but for sure over the next interim and headed into next session. And for some people, it'll be like good news. It's a good problem to have. What kind of benefit improvement can we look forward to? But as decision makers, as staff supporting decision makers, we're going to have some of the messy work associated with that good news. Like you said, not everybody's going to be happy. You're going to give somebody $15,000 and they're going to be upset with you. You know, that's how this tends to work out in real life. All right. Any other questions before we're done today? Have you guys felt like today was helpful?
Very much.
amen.
We were, you know, hopefully, you don't have to tell me now, but hopefully, does anybody feel like we crossed over a line as far as getting involved in your business? I heard that when somebody said, "Who said that?" You're not at this table. That's like, good reminder, Steve, you know. But I appreciate you guys, your patience with these types of discussions. If no other questions, then you guys can get on with the rest of your day. And if you have stuff, we'll be around here if you want to talk one-on-one offline. Thank you.